certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning. Welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. I was about to open my mouth to speak for the first time today, and I started coughing. Instead of words, coughs came out. Welcome to the show. Aaron, you look fantastic. Thank you. That's not necessary, but I appreciate it. We have an unbelievable show for you today. We got the president. Not only is the government shut down, but I'm pretty sure the president of the United States is convinced that Portland, Oregon is a foreign territory. And I think he's trying to invade it and annex it, a la the West Bank, I think, or the Gaza Strip. I think he's been watching too much Netanyahu. I think Trump's been watching too much Netanyahu, and he wants to get in there and occupy Portland. I know I'm supposed to be a good Trump guy, and I'm supposed to say, like, oh, yeah, man, fucking Trump going into Portland. Like, am I the only person who wants Portland to just stay shitty and gay?
Well, I don't want it to stay shitty and gay, but I'd like it to, if it's going to improve it under its own merits. I feel like if we send the government in to fix Portland, we're not going to solve the problem.
Right.
The problem is Portland exists.
Right. It's not like the people who live in Portland and are going to continue
suddenly vote and feel different.
Yeah. The people who live in Portland are not going to stop being the way they are just because you sent National Guard troops. Because the way Portland is, they have this idea that it's all just black mask Antifa people running around, running the city. It's not. You can go ahead and arrest all those people. That's fine. Although dressing in black and gathering on the streets is not a crime. It's not until they throw bottles and hit people and shit like that they can be arrested. But you can arrest all those people. Portland's still going to be shit. Portland was shit before all the Antifa stuff and all that. Like, you're not going to fix Portland with National Guard troops. And you're going to piss away money. And you're going to piss away time. And it's all just one of these public relations stunts to make the MAGA tards happy so that they can forget that they've been fucked over on pretty much every campaign promise so far.
Yep, pretty much everyone. In fact, literally, the ICE promise is about it. Like, that's what we've got.
Even that, did you get what you voted for on the ICE thing? Because I just wanted illegals deported. I didn't need it to be this fucking, black hood over the head, fucking,
throw them in the van operation.
Yeah. I was looking for, remember like under Clinton and even under the first Trump administration where you would get like the ICE guys would roll up to the workplace and then you just see some guys handcuffed and walked out.
Right.
That's what I was looking for.
Well, the thing is we're doing it en masse to a group of people who, some of them have jobs, other ones don't.
Are just criminals. Well, no, I mean, the Trump administration wants to give amnesty to the ones that just have jobs and all that stuff. Whereas I would like to have teenagers and young poor Americans working those jobs And then the people who want to work those jobs who come from another country can get in line and do it legally. And why has that become this hacky, like, oh, grandpa kind of a thing to have that position? You know, they throw back at you. They're like, well, it can take up to 10 years to do it the right way. Yeah, not my problem. Yeah. Not my problem.
Doesn't make it okay.
Right. Well, you know, some people can't afford a bank loan for a house. Oh, well, then robbing it's fine, I guess. Never mind.
Well, and squatting's totally fine. They could take someone else's property that someone else is paying for and just kind of, destroy it. Because after all, they can't afford it, and that's not fair. Like, no, that's what renting is for.
Right, though? It's one of those things where Epstein didn't keep that promise. Inflation is only down marginally from where Biden had it.
So we still haven't fulfilled that promise.
No. Gas prices are coming down. I'll give them that. Gas prices are coming down nice, but I think that's, the global marketplace as much as anything else. You've also got the economy not exactly like super crushing it. Cutting a shitload of spending through Doge. Haven't done a damn thing on that.
Right, because suddenly something none of us agreed to, all of the other representatives in the Senate have to approve it too. Oh, yay.
Right. Appropriations have to go through Congress. So, I don't know, man. You ask me. I know I'm going to get a lot of shit for this. I always do when we mildly
criticize Trump.
When we mildly criticize the guy we voted for, I always get all kinds of shit. Maybe not in the live stream chat, but in the comments afterwards. I'm always told what an asshole I am. But
yeah, I know how that goes.
How about the trade deals? We're not really killing it on the trade deals.
Are those tariffs really making bank?
The tariffs are making some money, but okay, the tariffs are geared up to make about $300 billion a year. Cool. You got that deficit down to $1.5 trillion.
Awesome.
We're going to add $1.5 trillion in debt every year. How's that working out for you? So the Portland thing to me just reeks of distraction. Just like the sloppy blowjob they gave Charlie Kirk for 2 or 3 weeks was a giant distraction.
Oh, yeah.
Not only from Israel and Epstein and all of that shit, but also from Charlie Kirk, oddly enough. Like, what happened?
What happened to Charlie Kirk, who killed Charlie?
Who killed Charlie? Paulina Luna. We have a segment from her today. She has some theories. She's throwing China in the mix, that China killed Charlie Kirk.
That's interesting. I would like to know why.
Would they also release that full letter that Charlie Kirk wrote Netanyahu?
Mm-hmm.
And Charlie Kirk wrote Netanyahu a letter saying, like, bro, you're fucking up. Like, I go to college campuses. They hate you. Like, you guys got to start getting a message out there, doing something, because he said in the letter, people under 30 do not support Israel. And he said, and he wrote him, it was a nice letter. It started with, I love you, I support Israel, blah, blah, blah. And then he listed all these things that Israel wasn't doing. And one of them was, these kids are all on TikTok. And these kids being all on TikTok see a lot of criticism of Israel and a lot of support of the Palestinian people. And you guys got to do something about the TikTok thing. Well, what happens right after Charlie Kirk dies?
TikTok changed owners, didn't it?
To Larry Ellison and Oracle, who's
they bought
a Zionist. Yeah.
A bunch of Jews bought TikTok.
And it's so funny because I got a comment from a guy yesterday who's like, Aaron, all this anti-Semitic talk of yours isn't going to help you if you want, to work with other companies and things like that. I'm like, anti-Semitism. I'm shitting on Israel and Zionism. I don't give a shit about Jews or Jewish people or anything like that. But when a guy buys TikTok and he's a Jew and he basically does it for Israel so Israel can launch a PR campaign, and Netanyahu comes out and says, we bought TikTok and now we can use TikTok to make people support us. Like, what am I supposed to do? It's Israel. It's not
the
Vatican.
Not supposed to call out what's happening right in front of my eyes?
It ain't the Vatican doing it. So, like, just weeks after Charlie Kirk writes this letter, a week before his death, Israel goes and buys TikTok. So, thanks, Charlie. Gave him a whiz bang of an idea.
Is that really going to change things, though? I mean, I kind of feel like a lot of people, I guess they don't like TikTok, but it's the fact that TikTok's reporting it. So is this another case of Israel just being like, well, as long as nobody talks about it, we're fine?
I don't know. I think that it's the weird thing about Netanyahu's kind of like Trump in a way. Like they don't want to listen to people and do what their supporters want them to do. They want to bend their supporters to their will. And it's like, well, no, we're not dumb. We know what we want, and we know we're not getting it. Because I guess Netanyahu's approval rating in Israel is like 30%. Mm-hmm. So before you call criticizing Netanyahu anti-Semitic, just know that we're on the side of most of the Jews. Like, well, the people on our side are the majority of Jewish people. Sorry. Papa Shab says Israel uses their assets, billionaires, to achieve their goals. I mean, it's more Larry Ellison is a Zionist and an Israel supporter, and he bought it, and, you know, he's going to want to use it to support his cause. Just like, I mean, Elon Musk did the same with Twitter. Zuckerberg does the same with Facebook. I mean,
that's the fun part. Elon Musk bought Twitter. Free speech is back on Twitter. And then the minute the HB1 visa stuff starts being criticized, everybody that called that, these are bullshit and people shouldn't be. And then Elon Musk is like, deplatform. Like, how free was that speech the minute you were saying something? Musk for all of his like, and I want to protect free speech. Like, for all that shit, it didn't.
Well, I love everybody, including myself, who tries to do a South African accent and realizes that it's the most retarded, inbred, shitty accent in the world.
Right.
It's just impossible.
Just weird.
It's not quite. It's like sort of Dutch, but it's not.
But it's not English.
But it's not English. It's not Dutch. It's just you can't open your mouth all the way, and the words seem to get caught in your bottom lip. But it's just it's not a country.
It's like trying to talk and say choppy butter with no marshmallows.
Yes, there's a problem with the country, and it's that your peanut butter is too sticky on the bottom of my mouth. Dr. Silverwolf with $2 says, we're from the government, and we're here to help. Yes. Los Federales with $1 says, Aaron has been battling inflation his whole life. Aaron is like Walmart, always claiming to roll back prices, but everyone knows that it's just a lie. I think Los Federales.
Yeah, I'm not sure where we're going with that.
I've been battling inflation. Now, there was an easy weight joke in there. You could have done that for inflation, but alas, here we are. The Gun Show on YouTube says there is no fixing without national divorce. See, now I think the national divorce, civil war talk, I think all that's horseshit. I think we just have a lot. We're going to play an ASMON Gold clip today where I think he solves the problem. He's just going to remove voting rights from 85% of the country. I think that would fix it. I just think we're all way too involved, and we need way more people to just be blissfully ignorant. Just like, don't worry about it. We got this. You guys just go to the party, go to work, go to the coffee shop. You don't need to worry yourselves about things like this.
Yeah, I don't know necessarily about that. I guess I have to see what ASMON Gold said. I would say we don't need a national divorce. We should just. I like the idea of like letting Portland and some of these like uber liberal hubs that are attached to large rural areas being detached from those rural areas, and the liberal hubs have to, make or break on their own. Like, no more like, hey, we get to rely on these places that totally don't support our values, don't share our ideas, don't think our way is the right way. We get to use all of their tax dollars to fund our cockamamie bullshit. Like, I'd like to see that divorced.
Well, there's a great example in Minnesota. So in Minneapolis, they built this transit system, the rail system, and it's been a disaster. I mean, it's been losing
the
money.
Springfield episode of Monorail.
It is. It's they said, well, the fare boxes will pay for all the upkeep, because they said they got it built initially pretty cheap and they had it funded. It was good. But they're like, well, what about the upkeep and the operating costs? And they said the fare boxes will take care of it. Well, here in Minnesota, the do you know what the fare policy is? Like how they get you to pay your fare on the light rail?
Turnstiles, you pay before you board the train. No pay, no train.
It's an honor system.
Oh, for fuck's
They did studies on this like 15 years ago, and they found that 60% of people who ride the light rail just aren't paying.
Right, yeah.
They're just riding it for free. So then they need to make up that money. And the way they do that is in the general fund for the state of Minnesota. The Department of Transportation appropriates millions to billions of dollars every 2 years to the light rail system to make up the shortfall. Oh, and then they keep wanting to expand it. So they wanted to expand it to the southern suburbs of Edina and Eden Prairie and all that. Guess what? Edina and Eden Prairie, which are the two of the wealthiest suburbs in Minnesota, guess what they said about expanding the light rail?
Oh, fuck no.
No. We leave it? No. We commute. We drive our cars. We go into the city. We get the fuck out. We don't want to create two-way traffic here. They've tried to do it. It's gone way over budget. It's been a disaster. Nobody wants it. And
nobody wants it now because of it's literally just like it's a main vein connection to the Twin Cities. We're like, we don't want an element that's in the Twin Cities to decide it can get on the train and go elsewhere.
Yeah, I think that one is the green. No, the Green Line connects Minneapolis and downtown St. Paul. I can't remember. Light Rail Eden Prairie. That one, is it the White Line? Ironic. Oh, Southwest Light Rail Transit. High frequency train that will connect downtown Minneapolis to Eden Prairie through St. Louis Park. You know what they used to call, or not used to, I think they still do in the suburbs, what they call St. Louis Park in Minnesota.
What do they do?
This is for all the people who pearl clutch that we say Jewish on this show sometimes. The people down there call it St. Jewish Park. That's very nice. Metro, it's a Green Line extension is what it is. A light rail project connecting Eden Prairie to downtown Minneapolis with the first passenger service expected in 2027. And they've been talking about this for years. Years.
10 months away from developing a nuclear device.
It's the Iran nuclear program of transit. As of July 2025, the project is over 85% complete. The project has experienced significant cost increases and delays with the original opening date in 2023 and a budget in the billions. And they don't even want it. They don't even want it. It's just here. Take all these people. We don't want them.
But they're trying to gear us up for, mass transit as opposed to personal transit. They want to erode our freedoms and rights every way they can.
Ron Fuddle.
I was going to say, they're already on the digital currency. That's slowly sweeping in, and now they're coming after your cars.
Ron Fuddle is, I think he's wound up a little. I think we wound him up today. He says, I have a hunch that neither of you have ever taken public transportation. Bro, you never been to the state fair or a Twins playoff game? You got to take the light rail, buddy.
I literally, for a while before I got my license back, that was the only way I could get anywhere. I had to use the Metro bus disability system where they show and pick you up.
By the way,
short bus.
Nova's really worked up and mad today that we're not giving him enough attention. He says you're a cat abuser. Why are you abusing your cat?
They watched I think a clip because yesterday when Al was yowling, I lightly tossed this in his direction.
That's for him to play with.
Yeah, I was trying to throw his attention off. And so because they heard his noise, the Ralpha meme, whatever his fucking name is, he called that a punch because me going like this is a punch.
I have a question.
It's the gayest thing ever.
I have a question. Does Nova do anything off of his phone or computer?
I have no idea.
Nobody should know that you did that. No offense.
Right. Well, no. He made, like I said, the Ralpha meme made a clip. And that's where
I gotta say, one of the top 5 saddest things I've ever heard in my life. And I've heard about like genocide. Like this ranks up there with Darfur for me. That people thought that was it. The guys, there's so much to do outside. You're not going to believe it. It's this whole thing. Like it's natural lighting. You're going to love that. It's easier on your eyes. The vitamin D is very good for all that anger you feel. You're going to enjoy that. And there's a light breeze every once in a while. That's really
very
nice.
refreshing.
Yeah.
In fact, that's so nice. That's something I need in my personal life. I always need my air circulating or it bothers me.
And not only that, there are places that serve food. Some of it fresh doesn't come from a can, or you don't have to microwave it. You're not going to believe it. I'm telling you, Nova, the rest of you guys, you're going to love it. I promise. All right, now continue seething. We have so much to get to today. First of all, my son is going to be buying me a mansion someday. I mean, there are no white corners or barely any white corners in the NFL. I think we may have discovered one last night.
Is it just like a natural talent thing, or is it just the line and position he seems like he likes?
He's got his dad's sports IQ and intelligence, but better speed and agility than his father had. His father was one of the better pitchers in the north suburbs back in his day, but that 5'3" 40 really holds a fella back. We had to our baseball coach in high school said, you got to run less than a 5'5" 40 to be on the team. And I'm like, 5'5" 40 is like the slowest 40. I mean, that's fucking terrible. And I had to run it twice.
Oh, dear Lord.
I had to run it twice because I was in as a pitcher and as a first baseman. I was in, right? Starting rotation, the whole deal. I had to run the 40 twice.
Just not coordinated in the running? Like, why couldn't you make the
I've
time?
just never been able to run. It doesn't matter when I was, 6'3", 200 pounds or 6'3", 225. I can't run.
I have 3 relationships that beg to differ.
I can run from those. I can run metaphorically.
Run from those.
I can't run literally. No, my son yesterday at his football game, it was ridiculous. Second play of the game, pick 6. Just picks the ball off. And he was ball hawking, man. He was more like a safety than a corner. He's watching the quarterback's eyes. 8 years old. He's watching the quarterback's eyes. Quarterback's telegraphing passes. He's running in, jumping the route. Pick 6. On their next offensive drive, he runs a little curl route because all the kids wanted to go deep. I told my son before the game, I'm like, I told him, I said, there's going to be open short routes. Just find the soft spots in the field and just sit down on them and call for the ball. First play, he runs like a little curl route while everyone else is going deep, catches it. It's flag football. They're 8. And he evades one, evades another, cuts back across the field, goes up the sideline, scores a touchdown. Unbelievable.
So you think you just have to wait for him to reach the NFL, or just it's a matter of time now?
Ridiculous. And I'm not done. Then a few series later, they run an end around. He comes from the receiver position, takes a handoff, just takes that to the house untouched. It's ridiculous. Then third to the last drive of the game, he jumps another route, runs it back for a touchdown. 2 pick 6s. And you think that's it, right? They're up 35-21. We're, that icing on the cake. It's over. Another pick 6
so have you got his college picked out yet?
Another pick 6 on the very next drive. Takes it to the house. 5 touchdowns, 3 of them defensive. Scored everything but a passing touchdown. Had rushing, receiving, interception, just didn't have a passing touchdown.
So we gotta hang on to that speed going forward, and we're good.
He's fast, man. I don't know where he gets it from, but he's fast. His mom swears that she was fast in high school. I knew her for a decade. I don't remember her.
I don't want to be mean, but no.
I don't remember her being athletic in the least, but she swears she played soccer and shit. Fine. I just know the running didn't come from me or mine. I mean, my father, when he played baseball, was a third baseman. Neither of us played the fast guy positions.
Right.
Put it that way. Mike Erb with $2 says, what's the name of the cat that Johnny smacked? I would rather watch Johnny punch a cat in the head 40 times than hear his fucking cat's name. I hate Johnny's cat's name.
Oh, wow.
I'm sorry that I hate your cat's name. But it's Dracula backwards, and that makes me want to hang myself.
It's based off of a video game and story character, so it doesn't matter.
I don't remember saying that I cared. That changed my opinion whatsoever of the fact that I
don't think it would, but that's fine.
Frank. Frank would be a better name. What's wrong with Frank? Cats should have people names because they're just kind of pricks.
He was a feral, bitey asshole, so it seemed fitting at the time. And I stick by it.
Chips and Diff says, say his name and he appears. Veldrain says he's 8. The playbook is literally a coloring book. What playbook?
I mean, I don't know about that. It's flag football, but he seems like he might be a step above. Like I said, it's a question of how well he holds on to this speed going forward.
Yeah, I mean, he's crushing it, man. I mean, it was a crazy, crazy game last night. His team won 42-21, doubled him up. And nice. 5 touchdowns is a ridiculous game. I was on the phone today, this morning, but it was mostly ACC schools. We're going to hold out for something better. I mean, I understand he has to put in a couple more years before the SEC comes calling, but ACC, dude, fuck off. Get out of here with the ACC. We listen to
SEC won't let me be.
We listen to Big Ten and SEC schools around here. That's it. That's all. 383 Novocaine with $1 says, Aaron, not many college scouts. It's not adaptive is for cripples. No offense. No, not many college scouts.
Why am I supposed to be offended about that? Like somehow I haven't been crippled my whole life. I played regular hockey. I don't know why I'd be adaptive.
Scouse Ghost, I think you have that the other way around. Redbird with $1 says, oh, yeah, you're definitely going to be the parent every kid's coach has nightmares about. No, not at all. Not at all. Not at all. Dinkelman says, where's the PJ Fleck letter already? I mean, he's clearly a guy who can play offense and defense. I mean, right. He's a dual threat kind of a guy. So, no, that was, look, unbelievable. And now Thursday, my daughter starts volleyball. So she's got a high athletic, standard to live up to in this Imholt family because, I mean, she's tall.
So far, first one out's crushing it. You have
first one that was out crushing it. The youngest is in dance still. And now the oldest has height to her. She's lean. She might be able to put a hurting on the volleyball court. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But unbelievable football performance yesterday. I've never seen anything like it. One of the greatest solo athletic performances I've ever watched in my life. Right up there with Adrian Peterson's 2012 season. I mean,
he's going to be at the games wearing like memorabilia he made of his son. That's like for golfers and Vikings.
What do you mean?
Dude,
What do you mean made? I'm taking calls from New Era this morning.
Oh.
We're gonna
I like the idea that you sewed it yourself. There you go.
We're gonna get into some endorsement deals pretty soon. Redbird,
I'm already speaking with Nike. They like the idea of finally using a white guy.
Redbird with says they've only got Cooper DeJean, so they gotta Redbird with $1 says, thankfully, if the standard is you, the only place to go is up, New Boot Goof. How dare you? $1 from Professor Tie-Dye says, Aaron names his Mexican rat dog Gordy after his favorite Taco Bell item and his waistline, Gordita. So Johnny is awesome with Alucard. I did not name Gordy. Gordy came with that name. We liked it, so we kept it.
There you go. That's even better.
I think so.
Named Gordy for no fucking reason.
Mike Erb says naming the cat Alucard might be worse than smacking it. Well, yeah, I mean smacking it. There's nothing.
You're allowed
wrong.
That opinion.
No, there's nothing wrong with hitting cats.
No,
you're not going to get me to feel bad if Johnny punched his cat in the fucking head to discipline it. I've heard that cat cry out during the show when it knows the on-air light is on. If Johnny wants to knock his cat out, I have no problem with that.
I'll say this, his timing is rather specific. It's creepy.
I'm going to say that, like, I don't care that you punched your cat in the face and abuse it.
I didn't punch him.
I endorse your decision.
Well, that's good because I didn't do it, so my decision was to distract
I'm going to say this. I love you abusing your cat for 2 reasons. One, I'm just pro the idea in general. And number 2, it's got a bunch of people I basically got to smoke out the people I've been right about for years. Like, you don't go outside, you don't really do anything. You just watch shitty internet content. And I've got you pegged and now you're mad again. So I like that you smoked them out that way for me. I appreciate it. Because there's nothing I like more than being right and driving Nova insane. And I'm sure I'll get 4 or 5 text messages I've already got one.
Yay.
Oh, I don't know how I was given this gift by God to rile people up. Hey, here's where we're at goal-wise.
Oh, yeah, that's right. What's today?
290 from Thursday.
Nice.
290 from Thursday. And all of this week's evening shows are taken. We're 290 away, and we have 3 days to do it from a perfect week.
Nice.
Unbelievable. So thank you guys very much. You're an incredibly supportive audience. You are the absolute best in the world. I say, here's my idea. Knock it out by the end of tomorrow morning's show. And then I think we'll stay ahead for
Just
quite
a
a
nice,
while.
mellow, smooth. We'll get there.
Love it, guys. Love it. It seems like every quarter or so we stay ahead for like 3 weeks to a month. So
Right.
Thank you
It's
very
nice.
much for that.
Thank you.
And then at some point, I mean, we'll get so far ahead that the rest will just be canteen money.
That'd be nice.
Just some canteen. That's another thing people are mad about. They're mad that I'm making jokes. They don't like that I'm making jokes.
They don't like you making jokes.
No.
They do realize that this, like, despite what they want, this isn't that big a deal.
I'm gonna be fine. I'm gonna be
This is the
fine.
way I worded it to people. If they're kind of like, all right, so how would you like to, like, if they're kind of letting you, serve the time in like a couple of options, like, look, we've got a couple of plans.
Yeah,
for you to
throwing
pick from.
we're
It
throwing
doesn't-
proposals. Yeah.
Right. It doesn't really seem like it's that big a deal. Most of the serious stuff, they're usually like, and shall we go to jail?
And let's be very honest. We can call out the system for what it is. This is a giant fucking waste of the system's time.
Oh, yeah.
It's a
complete waste.
even if you hate Aaron and you think he's the worst guy in the world, you can admit one thing. This is a fucking colossal waste of taxpayer money.
Well, we don't have anything else to deal with.
This is a colossal waste of taxpayer money. Change my mind. Since Crowder's back doing that whole bit, I mean, you can be mad, you can be angry, you can watch shows that are basically called I Hate Aaron, he's the worst guy who ever lived. What you can't escape and what you can't out-debate or argue me on is this is a colossal waste of taxpayer resources. You're welcome. Let's get into some things today. We are very, very busy. We have Portland, Chicago, Minneapolis. We got Minnesota school boards now want to push back against the trans thing. I didn't say about the trans sports thing. I have never seen an issue that is so fucking small in the amount of instances takes so long to solve. I mean, the pro biological men in sports people have already made our argument for us. They're like, well, this barely ever happens. Well, then good. Let's just tie up this loose end then and say it can't happen. And it doesn't happen very often, so we're not really affecting that many people. We're helping a lot more biological women than we're hurting biological men.
Right.
So your own argument kind of helps us out in that this isn't a big problem. Not many people do it. So let's just clear up the rule now before it becomes a bigger thing. We'll call it a day.
You would think so.
Yeah.
It's weird how that works because it's that way with everything. We're going to hurt a lot more biological women to entertain a few identifying as women men in every situation, whether it's sports or restrooms or what have you. And every time they're like, no. What about our rights? Our rights should not be infringed upon. It's like, right. So you should get the right to infringe on a whole entire group.
Yeah.
As a single person.
Dante with a good point says this is a non-issue. Epstein files. That's kind of my argument. Is that let's just tie this up quick. Let's call it a day.
And move on to the list.
Move on to bigger stuff
that doesn't exist.
Perfect. I mean, it seems like, I think Mike Erb raises a good point on YouTube. He says, we've had this issue solved for thousands of years.
Yeah.
But
Tampon solved. Tim came in, and now we got to talk about it again.
It's been solved. Let's just go back to when it was solved. Simple enough. Simple enough. A couple bucks here, then we got to get into it. Redbird with $1 says, "Can we start a fund to DoorDash you a rescue cat? If you DoorDash me a rescue cat, you guys think
that's a horrible thing to do.
You guys think that you're soft liberal fucking pussies whining and crying and never going outside because of what Johnny does. You're gonna want to burn me inside of a wicker man." Veldrain with $1 says, "Aaron, cats can't see red lights. So there's no way the cat should have known to be quiet, but Alucard does occasionally bring Johnny a baked potato." Is this true?
No, he does not bring me baked potatoes.
Oh, well, you should have said yes, because then I would have found a usefulness for your cat and I would have left him alone.
Yeah, but you prefer mashed potatoes. It's going to be even harder.
I don't. Where did this come from? Where did this come from?
I don't know, but I'm rolling with it.
I don't. Oh, Hobo says, "I'm going to DoorDash you a buffet." That's the sweetest thing I've ever heard.
That's
really nice, actually.
That's
Thank
nice.
you, Hobo.
Sounds pricey, but nice.
That sounds like a peace offering, if I've ever heard one. Hey, Mommy does say, "I'll be in the States at Christmas. I'm going to rescue Johnny's cat." Oh, that's sweet.
From what?
That your abuse.
Oh, that's again. These are vicious rumors. This cat and that cat is ridiculous. Like, you'd have no idea how upset that cat would be if you had abducted him from me. You think he's yowling now? Like, if you were to take him away from me physically and put like in a carrier and just walk away with him, he will start yowling and he literally won't stop. The vet, like, that's what he does at the vet office when they take him in the back without me. Like, he's an asshole, but he's my asshole.
He's what?
He's an asshole, but he's my asshole.
Your asshole.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I would have chosen a different set of words, but it's a cat. It's a cat.
I'm saying for anyone on the outside looking in, he's going to be a bitey, mean, clawing, like feral little dick to you. He won't like you.
By the way, feral little dick was my pet name in my last marriage, so I have no problem with me. Quick question. People are accusing you. 2 people now have accused you. Are you wearing the same shirt as yesterday?
No, yesterday's shirt was a one of the steel toe ones, like that I sit with Johnny Crutches. This is my old school red V.
Sorry guys, you were wrong again.
The dual logo.
You guys,
it's really. This is the weird part. You're on the internet this much. Actually, no, I can't fault anyone that they're both red. It'd be really easy to be like, hey,
I got to say this. They got to do better. I'll say this. They're off today, big time.
But it's easy. You can go back and check the tape. This one's a V-neck. Other one wasn't.
See, this really hurts my viewership because a lot of these people, when we kind of dress them down and we kind of goof on them, they don't take the jokes very well and they pout and they leave. So as fun as it is to kind of, use them as a punching bag, they're very sensitive. So we got to be careful.
Yeah,
Redbird with $1 says, if they can convince the country to accept the trans argument, they are already 60% of the way to convincing people to accept the pedo argument. This is kind of like a Scott Steiner math thing, right? Well, if you can get the trans to play softball against the girls, then you're going to let a guy finger someone's butt in the dressing room. And you got a 120% chance of people being okay with that. What? Wait, this is insane. Where did you get, what ass did you pull 60% out of? I need to know. Put that Redbird thing back up there. So if we can get the country to accept the trans sports argument, which, by the way, polls show, not only can we not get them to accept it, we can't get that number that opposes it under like 90%. How does that put us 60% of the way to accepting
pizza setup?
I feel like that is not a scientific number that Redbird came up with. Again, I think he might have pulled that directly from his asshole.
Seems like 60. Like, it's weird. 60%. So it's just a shade over half. Like, how do you know this specifically?
I suppose. Bambi Rose says, I didn't know the fashion police were here. Yeah, it gets gay in here once in a while. I don't know. Here's what happened. It's like I've always said about steel toe hatred. It's in the end. It's past the end game. It's like when the story is over and now you're just in sandbox mode. They failed. Everything they tried didn't work. So now they're just kind of in sandbox mode, running around going, punches cats. Shirts are the guys. It's okay to admit you lost. In fact, sometimes it's way more honorable. All right, let's do this Minnesota trans sports story. Minnesota school board members have now written a letter and have made an argument to, I think they want to take this to the federal level. I don't know. But again, I think the fact that we're wasting precious school board time on this issue is, I think the anti-trans in sports and the pro-trans in sports people can agree that this is a giant waste of our school board's time. The only problem is you got like 10, 15% of the argument holding up the show. Because it's like, yes, we'd all like this to stop being an issue. It's not important. Kids are retarded and they can't read.
We'd like them to be able to do that.
We would like to focus on that particular issue. Schools are burning through taxpayer money and wanting to raise property taxes again. We got to do something about this. But we've got this thorn in our side that people won't stop bitching about. So why don't we just keep it the way it was for hundreds of years? Let's see what they're doing here in Minnesota. I just, every time I see a Minnesota news story that like catches on social media somewhere, that it makes it outside our borders, it's never like good for us. It's never like, hey, look at the shining example that Minnesota is. It's always like, hey, look, a 22-year-old African retard went to high school and we didn't catch it. Hey, Somalis stole billions of dollars from taxpayers by actively ripping off the welfare system. That was us. It's not like, hey, we're like first. We taught the country a new way to read.
No.
It's always we got ripped off by Somalis or some trans guy is throwing heaters in girls softball. That's what we're making the news for. Let's check this one out. This is from, I think this one originated in the metro area, believe it or not.
Our top story tonight, the latest in the lawsuit challenging Minnesota's transgender athlete policy in girls' sports. Today, a judge heard oral arguments in a federal courtroom.
Now, we first told you about the case in May where the complaint points to a transgender pitcher who plays for Champlain Park High School. Our So Young Kim has been following this story. She joins us now from the newsroom. And So Young, what was the purpose of today's hearing?
It was a preliminary injunction hearing. If granted, it would block transgender athletes from participating in high school girls sports in Minnesota as the lawsuit plays out in court. Attorneys from the Alliance Defending Freedom presented their case for an injunction in federal court in St. Paul Wednesday.
A preliminary injunction would mean that for the next season, the spring season, that high school athletes...
This would be Joe Rogan if he became a lawyer instead of a comedian.
Yep.
Have a little bit of hair.
Athletics would be all female.
They're representing Female Athletes United, an advocacy organization on behalf of 3 metro area high school softball players. According to the lawsuit, they say their experience competing against a...
Whoa, I just saw a name in there that I recognize that people outside of central Minnesota aren't going to give a shit about. Eric Martins, in his official capacity as executive director of the Minnesota State High School League. Can you read that name there, Johnny?
Willie Jett.
Willie Jett, in his official capacity, he's the commissioner of education for the state of Minnesota.
That's news to me.
Dude, Willie Jett was a shitty superintendent. Or was he superintendent for St. Cloud Schools, or was he principal of tech?
I don't remember, but I remember him having a reputation for sucking.
That was his reputation. He sucks. He must be a good liberal boy. He must be a good bootlicker, because he should not be in that job. I mean, I can see why Minnesota, by the way, went from like 5th in the nation in education to now we're like 17th. So
Thanks, Willie.
Willie Jett exporting St. Cloud to the rest of Minnesota. Very good. Hey, at least the Somalis can rest easy knowing it ain't all their fault.
No, not yet. They haven't been here long enough to really affect the numbers.
Transgender athlete in girls' sports undermines fairness and safety. The complaint says Minnesota agencies and the high school league are violating Title IX, the federal civil rights law that prohibits sex discrimination.
We've provided the court with specific details of instances in which they've had to compete against male athletes and instances where they've lost opportunities or lost games or anything like that, and we think that is sufficient.
Not only is it sufficient, like it's to the letter a violation of Title IX.
Yeah.
There's
like the dude, like because the particular dude we're talking about here, or chick, whatever, that Champlin used, like nobody. It's not like, oh well, these girls just couldn't compete with him and they're bitter and that stuff.
Yeah.
No. The guy literally pitched 2 straight shutout games.
I believe perfect games.
Yeah. And it wasn't like people were like, oh, my God, we've never seen a pitching skill like this. It was just like, yeah, no, the girls just aren't up to quite playing the boys' speed, and I'm not trying to sound sexist saying that. That's the status quo in sports. It always has been.
It's a big, strong dude who's taller and stronger than everyone else. Not only is the evidence he's provided sufficient, I don't know what the counter argument regarding Title IX would be. Your Honor... Yeah,
he
sure.
identifies as a woman. He can't play against the dudes.
I don't know what the legal argument against, well, he just feels like he's a girl. It's like that. I don't feel like that shouldn't be. If Title IX is so strong, that shouldn't be enough to shake it.
The lawsuit is asking for updates to policy and to correct all records. In response, Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison says allowing transgender athletes to participate is also a matter of fairness.
I think, there will be a resolution, and the resolution will be on behalf of civil rights for people, all people. Liberty and justice for all does include transgender people. So that's how I think it's going to be resolved.
Keith Ellison's eyes, I love this saying, looks like 2 piss holes in a snowbank. He's got weird beady eyes. I don't like it. But I mean, that's just a retarded argument. I mean, here the one side goes, well, Title IX clearly states that women can't be forced to compete against men. Here's a biological male competing against females. It's taken away opportunities from other pitchers, and the batters now have a tougher time because they have to play against this person they shouldn't have to play against, which constitutes a clear violation to Title IX. Keith Ellison, biggest law enforcement guy in the land. What's your argument? And he just starts singing the national anthem and like reading the Declaration of Independence. Like, bro, come on. We got to do better than this. This is a Title IX argument. Come on.
This is one thing I never understood. Like, as I identify as a woman, right? But you have so why wouldn't you want to represent that group you identify as in the guys division? Because that's something no girl can do. They can't compete with the dudes. If they ever do, they make the news. Like, I mean,
Gretchen Wieners identified as Asian at the end of Mean Girls, right? Remember Gretchen Wieners became the queen, like the assistant to the queen bee of the Asian kids?
Yeah, but I don't think that meant she identified as Asian.
She was speaking Cantonese at the end of the fucking movie. And I only know this because I watched it on Friday because Friday was Mean Girls Day, and SP and I watched Mean Girls.
All right, then.
You're not going to get me to not say that movie's not a banger.
I haven't seen it in a while, so I can't speak to it.
Movie crushes it. It's really good.
Minnesota, the state high school sports league, and state lawmakers have continued to allow transgender athlete participation in youth sports, both pointing to state law prohibiting discrimination of any kind.
We're saying that all kids, like 99.99% of them can get the benefit of athletic participation, except those trans kids.
Trans kids can absolutely. They can either compete as the gender they were born.
That they were born as.
And by the way, like everyone else.
Yeah, they can either play in the same group as everybody else, or, again, what we're saying here is that one group doesn't deserve to be treated special.
I think what MSO is trying to say is, no one's saying you can't play sports. No one's saying you can't play sports with girls. We're just saying you can't play sports with girls if you're a boy. There. That's the simple argument. No, everybody, it's kind of like the way the gay marriage ruling was perverse and bullshit. Everyone currently now has the exact same rights, which is if you have a right to compete against the gender you were born as. Nobody, non-transgender people don't have a right. Like, cisgender, we'll use that stupid phrase. Cisgender boys can't go and play softball against the girls. It's not allowed. So why? Not because they're cisgender or transgender. It's because they were born a boy. So the trans thing, technically speaking, shouldn't have anything to do with this from a legal standpoint, because the rules are the rules. You get to everybody has equal access. Everybody has equal rights. Everybody can compete in the gender they were born as.
They're trying to pitch this as like, if we don't allow this, we're infringing on someone's rights. It's like, no. If you allow it, you're infringing on a lot of people's rights for the betterment and the I guess just overall appeasement of one person. So it's like, that's a really weird metric to have. Like, no. All of these girls on the team, in the other teams, should feel impeded or somehow have difficulty playing against this person. They should somehow deal with those difficulties, because otherwise we're infringing on that guy's rights. It's like, no. That guy can go play with the guy's team. And by the way, you're going to see a shocking amount of these I'm suddenly trans people thing drop off when it's like, oh, no, I can't just retreat to the girls and win a bunch of medals that way. I'm
wondering, as I watch Keith Ellison defend this, I'm like, Keith Ellison, I don't believe that Keith Ellison gives a flying fuck personally about this issue. So it makes me wonder, why are we fighting this so hard? Like, what's the ulterior? I do not believe, and I do not accept the premise that he's just fighting for freedom and he's fighting for civil rights. There's something, and I know people say, well, Aaron, you already nailed it. It's a distraction from Epstein, from this, from that. It's something deeper. It's something weirder and grosser, and they're using
marching orders from Tim Walz because Tim owns him,
and they're using these trans people as some kind of a ploy, but it doesn't have anything to do with trans. It has to do with something else, whether it's social destabilization, whether it's furthering division to make people easier to rule. There's something more sinister going on here, because like we keep saying, the deeper we get into this topic, we shouldn't be spending this much time on it, and we shouldn't be giving this much of a shit about it, and it's very common sense and very simple to solve. So why are we so desperate to keep this flat beach ball up in the air? That's the question.
I think that's wrong. And I guess the courts will settle it, but I'm confident in our position.
And it's not clear when the judge will rule on the injunction. If denied, attorneys say the lawsuit will move on to the next step without any changes impacting high school athletics in Minnesota in the meantime.
So if they grant the injunction, then while this lawsuit goes through, which could take years, if the injunction is granted, it will only be biological males and biological females in their respective sports.
Yep.
But as far as if the injunction is not granted, then, throw no hitters. Banger after banger.
I just don't get the argument on any sense. Like, why couldn't you just compete in the group that you, the gender you were born as? I mean, yeah, you identify as something else. So jump out on the field and identify as a chick. Have a pink fucking baseball glove. I don't give a fuck. But that's the other part too. Like in a lot of the boys' sports, like if you're good and you identify as a chick, now you're a threat, because then it's like, oh, you got beat by the girl. Like it's. Like, that's, I don't know why you would be like, hey, unless you want the competitive advantage of, well, it's really easy to trounce the chicks. Because, again, this isn't like a I'm sexist that I'd have. No, I played sports. My sisters played sports. I grew up playing hockey all the time. And hockey is one of those things where, you've only got so many ponds of ice, so you have to learn to share. So I've been in open ice things where there's, boys and girls. And I'll tell you, just even as a goaltender, there's two very, very different speeds.
Oh, I mean, it's why it's just such a stupid Stupid argument. All right, we got to get through a bunch of these Rumble rants. And also, whenever we put Minnesota in the spotlight on this show, I learn things about our state that are fucked up to people from other states. Very simple things. Like Bapa Shab says, I love how your state just labels things. Apparently on that federal building, it just said federal building. And I didn't know that was a dumb thing to do, but it's just... Look, the Germans came later. We were mostly founded by dumb Scandinavians, and they just oversimplified shit. Coltrane with $1 says, if you don't bring it up and keep it in check, it just spreads and increases. You have to check it. It's just there's so many more things we need to do.
It just feels like once we brought it up, it should have been brought up, addressed, and dismissed very quickly. This doesn't seem like it should be a big discussion.
Dinkelman says he was Willie Jett was the principal of tech. So he was never even superintendent. Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says, can you self-reflect on how many times you talk about buttholes, then things like a finger going into them? Worst, you're gay. Best, you need to see the butt doctor for a fingering. You sound like my girlfriend now. Do you really need to say butthole so much? See, when Nova becomes a normal guy who goes outside, he can bring a funny one in once in a while. Nova says, Aaron never forgets a Willie. Wah, wah. A little silly one there. Thermodyne with $1 says Jet was 742 superintendent. Martins was Sauk Rapids Jai School principal. He means high school. But see, that's how bad education gets when you focus and fuck around with all this trans stuff. People forget how to spell.
Can't spell high school.
It's a disease that's taking over our state, soon to take over our country. I also agree with Nova, who's being a little more normal today. He says it shouldn't be called cisgender. It should just be called normal. Yeah. King Kong Dong with $1 says, have you ever thought trans and identity politics is the distraction the Jews are laying out in front of us while they take over the world? No. $2 from Joey Caravello says, it's about the Kabbalists who run us, Aaron. Look at Babylon and how it ended in degeneracy. The same ways are being used to run the West now by these Kabbalah Jews. God, you guys. I love how I'm the one who gets Jew shit when I'm just
you're the anti-Semitic one.
I'm anti-Israel.
Chat.
I'm anti-Israel. I'm anti-Zionism. And then they go, well, aren't you like small? It's small brain shit. Like, oh, you just don't like Jews. And it's like, well, you're just too stupid to keep up with the conversation. But then you look at some of our fans and you're like, gee, guys, come on.
Tone it down a touch.
There was a guy who's like, again, another internet-obsessed guy who's like, Aaron, you need to be careful with the way you talk about this, that, and the other thing because boo-hoo-hoo. And I'm like, dude, my audience has been the one that's been the extremist fucking crazy person my entire career. Like for the last 10, 15 years. I've always been the one going, Jesus Christ, you guys. That's
Tone it down a notch. Yeah, we've always been pulling on the reins a little bit.
So try to understand the dynamic a little before you comment.
You think he's bad.
Dan Vicious with $2 says it's like all the kids on Reddit getting groomed by Intel PSYOP agents to destroy societal norms. Yeah, Reddit and Discord are, I mean, you're killing yourself if you're on there. You're just becoming a stupid, useful idiot. $1 from Veldrain says, I identify as a featherweight, but the scale says I am assigned as a heavyweight. If my preferred identity is ignored, I won't be able to box. And that's a great point. It also sets a trap for the other side because they go, well, no, wait a minute, but the scale tells you that you're not that. Exactly. Now, play that out with the gender thing. Never mind. Redbird with $1 says, and the problem is we've been right 90% of the time. See, now that's the other thing that gets me in trouble. My audience goes, well, tell us where we've been wrong. And I go, oh, shit, not this. Oh, fuck.
It's just a losing battle.
King Kong Dong with $1 says, the only thing that doesn't offend Aaron is then the gay F word. That's, see, like, again, how is this helpful? How is this helpful? I ask you. Bambi Rose says, oh, yeah, blame it on the chat. Well, what else are you people for? If I can't blame unfortunate shit on you, I'm not going to blame it on my kids. I love them. Thank you, Bambi Rose. 280 away from Thursday. Let's play around with the membership, seeing as we're so far ahead goal-wise here. Now, I want to be done with Thursday by the end of tomorrow, but We're 83 memberships away from 600 and about, let me do some quick math, 115 away from our all-time membership record, which we hit last week. Mommy says, I'm going to blame everything on that horrible shirt. This shirt's fantastic. We're not going to sit here and debate. This is not a debatable. I'm not going to sit here and debate you, Jerry. This shirt's fantastic. This isn't a debate. Dante says, I'm in a liberal state and haven't seen a single trans kid playing sports, not one. That was my argument at the beginning of this thing. It's not a big deal. Barely anybody is doing this. So let's just seal this up because TikTok is going to convince more of these kids they're trans and get them thinking they are, and then they're going to want to switch the sports gender. And this, like Coltrane said, this could be a bigger thing later. So while this is barely happening and you can find this like hardly anywhere, let's just cinch it up, make the rule, call it a day, and move on to important shit. That would be nice.
I mean, yeah, but that's kind of why this is going on. They don't want you to cinch it up, roll it up, and move on to important shit. Because like many people have said, we wrap this up. What are we going to do next? Find out where that Epstein list is.
It would be nice. It would be nice,
wouldn't it?
I'd settle for just finding out who shot Charlie Kirk. I'd settle for that one first.
Well, I don't know if you know this, but he was killed by a lapel mic. So,
dude, I'm not anti-lapel mic theory.
Shot.
I'm not anti-lapel mic theory.
I will say this: I can't think of the lapel mic theory without hearing like Mission Impossible or James Bond in my head.
His security was the people who put the bombs in the pagers.
So it does make sense.
Exploding electronics sounds like a Bozo the Clown thing, but well, I can point to a bozo in the past, so let's... Dash making... Now people are just making fun of Minnesota in the YouTube chat. Front Street, Main Street, First Street, River Road. How creative. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Lucky Duck, I'm not going to read that, but just know that your latest chat submission is very funny. It's very, very good. Did you hurt Susan?
Who's Susan?
Susan says, I'm sorry, Johnny, I'm sorry for making you mad that one time. Will you please forgive me? What'd you do to Susan?
I don't know. I guess she's forgiven. I don't know what I did.
Will you forgive her today?
Yeah, I just did. I said, yeah, you're forgiven.
Well, just formally, I'd like you to formally make a little speech here and while I transition to the next topic.
Susan, I'm sorry. You think I got hurt or whatever. You're forgiven.
I want to know what you did. What did you do?
I can't recall.
How can you apologize?
Well, that's the thing is she's saying she hurt me. So what did I do? What I did?
Yeah.
Why are you accusing me of doing
Why are
something?
you apologizing if you don't know what you did?
I'm not apologizing. I'm forgiving someone. That's totally different.
Yeah. But what are you forgiving her for?
Yeah, I have no fucking idea.
Well, then how can you forgive her? What if it's something heinous? What if she gave you MS?
I feel like if it was something heinous, I would remember why why Susan's asking for forgiveness. That's where I'm landing.
What if it was memory based? You don't remember.
Well, then that's just as easy. Like I said, since I don't remember the affront, there's again, I don't know what she did to be forgiven for, so therefore I can forgive you because it purely doesn't weigh on my mind.
This is something we need to address. Susan, if you're still in the chat, you need to let us know exactly what happened because these type of things have a tendency to spiral.
Since I have no recollection of this, we can't know if her recollection is true too. So
you know what? Hey, I just realized something. We're 48 hours, almost 72 hours ahead on our goal.
Yeah.
I kind of want to ban any donation over $5 and see if we can do this whole thing in 3 days, $1, $2, and $5 at a time.
That's entirely up to you.
Memberships are $5, so those count too. But I don't want anything over $5. Do not send us anything over $5 the next 3 days. And I want to see if
coast on little bits.
I want to see if we can do this old school. 280 for Thursday is the number. Matthew Q with $2 says, do you know what would solve all this? If when whatever guy wins his fight or the Super Bowl or whatever, instead of saying I want to go to Disneyland, they say I was a woman the whole time. They can't all be winners, folks. Thank you for the $2. Dan Vicious says, have you seen the Erica Kirk Romanian Angels stuff?
No. Last I heard about Erica Kirk is a lot of people were saying that that's not a grieving widow. Look at that smile on her face and everything else. Like, she's not. Like, and I was just like, okay, what happens?
Fact check, is Erica Kirk banned from Romania? What the fuck?
Today, the conservative group known as Turning Point USA makes its first trip back to Utah since its founder, Charlie Kirk, was killed there.
And Kirk's widow, Erica, leads the organization now and has been the subject.
Freaks tonight and don't stand bird up Brumaline.
Of several rumors on social media. Paul Spey addresses one of them for PolitiFact.
I prefer Pete neutered. No, Johnny, you don't get the joke. I said Pete neutered because listen.
Social media. Paul Spey addresses one of
I prefer Pete neutered.
Really?
Yeah.
Just want to coast for a little bit.
Hold on a second.
Several rumors on social media. Paul Spey addresses one of them.
I prefer Aaron Gelding.
Home run, Jefferson. Go to break.
All right, let's find out if Erica Church is banned in Romania. Why the fuck would she be banned in Romania?
What did she do?
For PolitiFact.
Was she hoe running with Andrew Tate? I don't know.
Is Erica Kirk banned from a European country for trafficking children? Well,
what the fuck?
This is a lot to, like, I feel we've really buried the lead here. Erica Church is apparently trafficking children?
But by the way, judging by this man's totally non-biased reaction to the way he asked the question, I'm guessing she didn't.
I'm gonna assume she didn't. I would like to think we would have heard that with all the... We've seen people going crazy on the internet with how she smiled at a funeral saying, you're a horrible person for not being a completely, sobbing mess of a grieving widow constantly. It's like, okay. So I feel like we would have heard about this child thing by now.
SP asked me on Sunday, she goes, did you see Erica Kirk hosting Charlie's show? I said, no, I didn't. And her eyes got wide. She goes, she ain't no grieving widow. I said, really?
so some people are saying on social media, you can see a couple of the posts here. They claim that Kirk is banned from Romania after being accused of child trafficking. Is this right?
You know what? Fuck the news. Let me tell you why fuck the news. You people give this shit power because you pull up two
fucking space.
You pull up two retards on Twitter and you go, are these allegations true? These allegations don't need to be brought up. You just need something to talk about. So you bring up haters gonna hate at Princess Kim K on Twitter, who probably has 10 followers, and you go, well, this is something crazy.
No. What are they even talking about here? Well, before Eric...
What if he goes, actually, yes, 100% she is banned from Romania? Like, wait, what?
Erica Kirk got married to Charlie Kirk. She founded a group called Everyday Heroes Like You. That group had a project called Romanian Angels, which partnered with the Marine Corps and orphanages in Romania. Now, to fact check these rumors about Erica Kirk and her group, we looked for news articles and crime reports about this subject from both the U.S. and Romania, and we found some...
Oh, my God. Holy fuck, she might have been involved in an organization that was trafficking organs and children? Wait a minute. So this might be true. Now, she didn't, it looks like based on just these two articles, she didn't like actively do it, but she was working with an organization.
Organization, which seems like I was all ready to be like, well, so we'll just believe any internet rumor now,
right.
But now, oh, shit.
Oh.
Stories like these, an Israeli newspaper reported on adoption agencies that were under investigation, and an outlet called Radio Free Europe reported on orphans who say they were trafficked from Romania, but neither of these stories mention Kirk or her organization. In fact, we found no reports implicating Kirk or her group.
Romania probes Israeli adoption agency link in organ traffic. Why does it? You're such a small amount of the world's population. Quit being intertwined in this shit.
Every damn time.
I'm so gaslit by retarded people because All I do is watch the news. I don't even seek shit out. I just watch the news. And then here's what happens. And then people go, what are you, anti-Semitic? I'm like, I didn't even fucking look for anything. I was just sitting here watching the news and it came up. I didn't do anything.
Anti-Semitic? Not by choice.
And there's no evidence that she's been banned from any country. All of this is why the Truth Meter rates these rumors false. Read our full.
Well, now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Now, the fact that she's banned from Romania might be false. But I don't think we can rate the idea that maybe she was involved in an organization that had something to do with trafficking. I don't think we can necessarily make those false. Because that organization might have fucked around in Romania a little bit. It's like saying, like, a deacon at a Catholic church, he didn't molest any kids, but he is in an organization that's connected. Like, he didn't do anything wrong. He's innocent. But the organization he works for, they've had some problems.
You're already dead, toddler.
Jesus. I wish that Aben Cooper were a preacher these days. He might set some shit straight. God damn it. Redbird with $20 says, this seems like a good time. Go fuck yourself. All right.
I've sworn on the altar of God, total resistance against every form of tyranny, against the mind of man.
I guess fuck me for trying to have a little fun, huh?
Yeah.
By the way, that does put Redbird in second with $30. Thank you, buddy. I just wanted to have a little fun and be like, hey, guys, since we don't have a goal until Thursday, you want to knock it down $1, $2, and $5 at a time?
Just little bits, just have fun. Just
little bits for fun. And now, not only can we not do that, but now people are giving me more than that, going, fuck you. Like, I mean, I'm still appreciative that you gave $20. I don't know why we have to be so hostile about it. Just wanted to be friends. Fuck you, dude, with $10 says, would you gentlemen rather have sex to completion with Bailey J or Buck Angel? Discuss. Bailey J in her butthole.
Go ahead. Who's Buck Angel?
A female to male transition.
Oh, I vote neither. No, thank you.
Not okay. No, he gave $10. He deserves an answer.
My answer is no. I don't prefer either. Like, I can't have sex with either of those people. It's going to be a thing.
I'll fuck Bailey J in the butt. If I have to choose between those two.
I'm not, well, yeah, but you were okay to that.
Have some fucking balls.
It's not even balls. It's just that's gross to me, and I'm not fucking turned on by either of them. It
wasn't asking. He didn't ask if you were turned on. The cleaner says, answer, gay F word. The man gave $10.
No.
I will Venmo you $10 right now. I'll give you that whole contribution, including what Rumble takes.
I'd rather not have the money. It's fucking gross to me, okay? I don't like the idea at all.
I offered you $10 to answer the question, and not only that,
and I gave you my answer.
I was going to tell you that the Rumble Creator Program payout this month was ridiculous, and I wanted to give you a bonus. Because of that Rumble Creator Program payout. But now I'm sensing too much hostility and unwillingness to play as a teammate. The man sent $10.
I gave I'm tired of giving an answer and that answer's not being acceptable. I'm not into either of that. I don't like either of those.
Well, you better not be in a relationship with a woman.
What?
If you don't like being asked the same question and not liking the answer you're getting. Now, why? Why can't you just it's not
again?
We're not going to hold you to it. Buck Angel and Bailey J aren't going to come to your house and go, "It's fuck time, retard."
It's not even a matter of that. It's again, I don't have either preference. That I can't pick one because I don't want either of them.
Okay, but you have to do it to get it over with.
I'll take death, please.
You would rather die than fuck Buck Angel or Bailey J.
Yeah.
What, dude? That's next level homophobia.
It's not even homophobia. It's, again, you're proposing a situation that'll never happen, something I'm not into in either of those situations. So, yeah, I'm not into that. No,
so you're calling me a queer for answering so quickly?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll try to shame you. All right, here, let me show you something. Hey, audience, Bailey J or Buck Angel? Who are you fucking if you have to? What? I bet you're going to get a bunch of people. A bunch of people are going to watch this backfire on me, and they're all on your side, and they're like, no, Aaron, you're gay. I just want to see. Susan says I'm with Johnny.
Yeah.
Bailey, here, John Doe says Bailey J.
Wow, they're willing to pick. That's fine for you. I'm not.
Chevrolet JB says, I'm going with Bailey. The other one says, I will say this, Bailey J is winning in those who are saying something. Bailey Hay, I think I'm going to say that counts as J, voter intent. Gurmy and somebody, both with you, say neither. Brian says, I'd take the bullet. Papa Shab says, Aaron, I think you just wanted to have sex with Bailey J.
I'm not fine. I'm fine with people picking like on that, like, hey, this or that, which would you like rather, which would you do? If someone wants to pick that, but you don't actually have to answer that question. Like you can answer that question with, oh, I don't want either of those options. But I'll take none, thank you.
I don't think you understand. He gave me $10.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's somehow supposed to make me answer in, like, again, I'm supposed to give you a disingenuous answer.
Yes.
Like, no, like, I'm not going to. So I'm supposed to lie because someone gave me $10? Your morals are that easily for sale? I'm not going to do that.
Theater.
Yeah, but I'm not going to do it.
She's not uncute. I mean, she does look like a gay guy with a wig on. That's fair. In some of these pictures. She has a penis, though. That's really hard to get past. I guess that's kind of normal. She has a penis. That's kind of hard to get past. Yeah, Aaron. Yeah, that's kind of the...
See how you're like trying to talk yourself into being... I can't even get to that point. I'm like, nah, I'm not into this. That's not for me. Thank you. Like, I'm not sitting there saying other people can't be, but I'm not going to do it. And that's why my answer is neither. It's weird that people don't accept an answer when they're given one.
I mean, but...
Oh, I asked either or, and it's like, right, but I don't have to give you that answer.
Look, clearly Bailey J, right?
Again,
I mean, it's not a difficult...
Neither of these people.
It's not a difficult question for me. I mean, it's
not.
Man.
Why is somehow just deciding that none of the above is somehow a difficult, like...
I interpreted the question as none of the above not being an option.
None of the above is always an option.
Johnny, what we're talking about here is just a matter of simple politeness. It's just common courtesy to answer the man's question.
I did. I said none. Like, this is the problem I have. I gave you an answer just because it's not the one you want. Too fucking bad. I didn't want to have to be asked that question in the fucking first place, but we all have to deal with the hand we're dealt, so fuck it.
I don't understand. This is... This is I can't. I mean, this is just shocking to me. I'm shocked. I'm rather shocked. Aaron is gay, confirmed. Yeah, not only that, but you left me out on the ledge to get called a homo.
You jumped out before I could even answer. You jumped out on the ledge quickly, Bailey J. Like you couldn't hit that bell fast enough, and that's where I'm like, none of the above. Thank you. You're like, that's not an answer. I'm like, that is an answer. It's just not the one you want.
The Kinky Loco Network with $5 says, I know you won't read this, Aaron. Nope, I win. Another win for the toe. But Johnny sees it. I'ma get you. Don't F with cats. Now, Johnny says he didn't F with cats. I don't care if Johnny killed his cat. You understand? Like, you guys can give Johnny all the shit you want. I'm the bad guy when it comes to cats. Have some fucking balls. I don't care if a cat is run over with a steamroller intentionally while the guy driving it is drunk from last night at 6 a.m. doing road construction. I don't fucking care. Cats are gay. You're gay if you have cats. Cats aren't real pets. Get a fucking dog, you non-having sex with a trans woman pussy. I'm just bitter that you wouldn't pick.
I'm fine with that. You know what? If that's the title you got to give me to work out your little issue there, that's fine with me.
It's a very serious issue.
Yeah, apparently its name is Bailey J.
Redbird with $2 says the finger tree really is second nature to you, isn't it? See, look what you've done. Now look at the abuse I take.
I'm fine with this. I took my time to think about the question and the answer, so I have no problems with what I said.
Redbird is now in first. Redbird is at $32. I love that Goat Wrangler is in second place at 30. Thank you very, very much. You guys are you guys are moving the ball around this morning. 250 away from tomorrow morning. And again, I'd like to, or not tomorrow morning, Thursday morning, I'd like to do this in $1, $2, and $5 increments in gifted memberships. I would like nothing more than that. Like, okay. I know as soon as I said that, people went 20, 10. This isn't a bit. I'm not being silly for 20s and 10s. I'd like to see if we can do this 250 in 3 days at the 1, 2, and 5 level. I think that would be kind of fun, right?
It might be interesting. Yeah, we could do it. We got plenty of time.
We've had shitloads of 1s and 2s coming in. I think we should do it. So we are now at 250 is the number for Thursday. And we're 83 gifted memberships away from 600. Now we have, okay, so now people keep sending me stuff on this Erica Kirk child trafficking thing. They sent me a Stu Peters video. Do you, I'm tempted, I will go whichever way you and the audience want to go. I'm tempted to just move on from this because we have lots to do. But I also sense that some people might be a little interested in this. What do you want to do with Stu Peters, Erica Kirk child trafficking allegations?
Well, was Stu Peters the one who did the lapel mic video?
Yes.
All right, then I'd be willing to follow this for a little bit.
All right. I'm not going to do I'm not going to do the whole 12 minutes.
Right.
Here we go.
We can move through it.
A lot more questions than we have answers now, 2 weeks removed from the public assassination.
Also, if I may, why is it that the white supremacist guys are, and this is a compliment, tend to be really fucking good broadcasters, like Fuentes, Stu Peters, they're pretty racist guys, but they're really good at broadcasting. It's just he's got a book here that says it's really fun to be white. Now, I don't think there's necessarily anything wrong with that statement, but I think the intention behind it is a little wink, wink, nudge, nudge shitty. But I don't like it when people accurately call out what someone is, but then deny their talent. What I mean is you can call Stu Peters a racist. You can call him a white supremacist, but don't be like he's a hack and he's no good. No, he's really good. He's a talented broadcaster. He's got he's
also a white supremacist.
It's a very spicy message.
Turning Point USA founder Charlie Kirk, right? And after a brief period of speculation regarding who would actually take over his organization in the wake of that death, we now know that his now widow, Erica Kirk, will be Turning Point's new CEO. And boy, this woman has wasted no time at all jumping to the forefront and in front of every camera here. Since the immediate aftermath of Charlie Kirk's death.
See, I've been kind of wondering that myself. And it's one of those things where the more other people say it, the more I go oh, I'm not crazy. A lot of people, both public personalities and people I just know, a lot of them have had the opinion, boy, she's really fucking getting aggressive right out of the gate here. And I think I was watching Candace Owens yesterday. I think Candace is starting to not turn on her, but she's starting to slowly make Erica part of the Turning Point USA criticism. You can tell that Candace knows it's a bad look, so she's starting to kind of slow roll her way into it.
I think his body maybe had been cold for a few hours, and TPUSA, seemingly under the direction of Erica Kirk, has been sending out constant fundraising emails. Have you received them? I've received them via text messages to members, to potential supporters, anyone that will open them up. And it's hard to honestly say at this point, with the risk of sounding insensitive, that this woman isn't monetizing her husband's death. Honestly, you really can't say that, actually, because that's exactly what she's doing. She's taking up the mantle of her husband. She's leading Turning Point forward out of the storm. And now your average conservative would have you believe that this is just a great story of American resilience. This is a shining example of a trad wife stepping up to honor her husband. Well, we're not buying that, because there's a whole lot more to this story than meets the eye. And quickly as things move, it's hard to believe that any of this has happened organically or in a vacuum, especially when we start to consider the background of both Charlie Kirk and Erica Kirk and their respective family members. Who are these people? Where did they come from? How did they so rapidly rise to
I'm gonna skip to the Romanian stuff.
He's kind of grandstanding right now.
Well, but you know what?
He's making points, but he's taking his time with it. And plus, we don't want to just play his clip for our content.
Right. Well, but I need some more details on this Romania thing, because just what I heard from that mainstream news puff piece they did, there was enough for me to go, okay, I don't have questions about her, but I want to know about this organization and what was going on there.
A reality TV romance actress, to be exact. And most of you probably already know that she was crowned Miss Arizona USA, a pageant that at the time was owned and operated by none other than Donald Trump. Erica Kirk was actually invited to compete personally in these Miss USA pageants by Donald Trump himself.
No shit.
She was recruited by Donald Trump, exactly how Trump used to recruit girls around Palm Beach County, Florida, along with Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh boy.
Now we're drawing some lines.
Oh boy. Now we're going places. I do want to get to the Romania stuff.
The Romania bit.
A group that makes money by keeping the world in a constant state of war. Just like they're doing right now in Israel. Now, cue up this video. This video right here gives you a pretty good rundown of exactly who Erica Kirk is. You can kind of see for yourself why we should be asking a whole lot more questions. Take a look.
Erica Kirk has deep connections to Jeffrey Epstein.
Do we have to have our titties out while we're doing
it? Like, you're wearing a top. Why does it not go down further? What's with the, I want to cover my clavicle bone, but not...
Let me put my
breast.
titties down at the bottom of the screen so you hear this really important message about Erica. Come on, guys. That is one thing, like, when I watch Candace Owens, I do respect about her. I'm like, she's not unattractive. Like, Candace Owens is beautiful, but she's very professional.
Donald Trump and the state of Israel. The supposed grieving wife and mother is going to be taking over Turning Point USA.
All right, whoever clipped this, get to the fucking part where he talks about the thing.
Look at the facts, it becomes really easy to see that Erica Kirk is far from the Christian trad wife that we've all been told she is, incessantly. By a media and by politicians who are dead set.
Sorry, guys, you got to send me better clips than this. No offense.
Yeah,
you can't send me you can't send me 12-minute clips that I got to sift through live on the air. It fucking kills the vibe of the show. Sorry. You got to give me something better than that. And I think I might have to go with a policy of, if you send me stuff during the show, I'll have to do it on the next show so I can take a look at it.
Right.
Because I want to be able to use your guys' stuff. Do me a favor. Use your judgment. Make sure it's quick, it's pithy, it's what if I have a 12-minute thing that I want to do on the show, I got to go through it and I got to timestamp it, because otherwise I'm going to bore the shit out of people more than I usually do. Missed a Beat with $1 says, Aaron, how many times will you drop the soap during your lockup? I mean, as many times as necessary to get what I need. Somebody with $1. Thank you. Bigot on Socialist Media says Stu is way more racist than Nick. From what I've seen, yes. Yes. Brian says Candace is a mother of 4, and in my opinion, she just gets hotter the older she gets. I will say I've noticed Candace Owens' attractiveness more in the last year than I have previously.
Okay. Doesn't she need to be green, though, for her to work for you? Isn't that the rule?
Green?
Yeah, isn't that what we learned with Gamora? It's all right, so white.
Yeah, well, look,
green.
I don't think all black women need to be green in order to be attractive to me.
Okay.
Now
I know that.
Black women,
now I know that.
Black women are allowed to be black and still be attractive to me. This could save clips. Let's see. Somebody sent this in.
Have sex with either of those people. Going to be a thing.
I'll fuck Bailey J in the butt. You didn't have to clip that out of context. I mean, I said it. I mean, this was just a thing I said.
Have sex with either of those people. Going to be a thing.
I'll fuck Bailey J in the butt. Yeah. Somebody asked me a question. I answered the question. What do you want from me? What do you want?
See what I mean? It gets annoying.
T. Duden says Johnny hates black women and loves to hit cats. Yeah, I'm okay with one of those things.
I never had a problem with black women.
Dude, you gotta lean into that hitting cats thing.
I didn't hit the cat.
But you gotta lean into it. You gotta be the cat hitting guy. Like for a certain amount of donations and get a stuffed cat and just start punching it in the head.
Well, I don't know. I feel bad about that. I kind of really like cats.
Dude, grift off the cat beating thing, because there's only one thing funnier than owning the internet the way Steelzo always does. It's taking their fake outrage and then just embracing it and yes-anding it. They fucking hate that, dude. You got to get a toy cat. You got to punch it for a certain amount of money. You've got to do this. Nobody gives a shit if you hit cats. I don't. And
I've kind of been good on a rule of not using you as my moral arbiter.
Fine, that's okay, but this isn't about morals. This is about being in the gutter, and there's nobody in the gutter better than me.
Okay.
So I say, get the fucking cat toy and pound that pussy for money. You got it?
Yeah, I understand.
Good. We had $2 from Silverwolf says, you missed a dono and a sub re-up. Oh, well, fuck. No, I didn't. JP becoming a member for 16 months. That's a horrific thing to say. Oh, wait, you're right. $5 from Susan. She says, Aaron, I said something to make Johnny mad in his chat. I didn't mean to, but thank you. That's what she said.
I can get mad in the moment. I don't hold on to it. I let it go. When the show's over, I kind of just let it go.
I know, but I think you're missing out on a golden opportunity to monetize Cat Smacks.
Oh, dude, no, I hear you on the Cat Smacks thing. Maybe when I go out, I'll see if I can buy a cat toy and I can punch it.
Or everybody go on Amazon right now. If you know Johnny's address or how to get him stuff, go and order Johnny a stuffed cat on Amazon, and he can beat the shit out of it for money.
Nobody on my show wants to see me beat the shit out of the cat. Like, nobody on my show is gonna be like, hey, like my show actually, because like we don't hate on Al on my show, like yowling and stuff. Like they're fans of it. They love when he comes in yowling, demanding attention. They kind of think it's amusing.
They
say hello.
This is a 4.2 pound weighted black cat pillow for $28.79. If that's a little pricey for you. I've got a Sebastian tuxedo kitten stuffed animal plush toy for $21.25. Here's a Barrington Lil Socks cat plush toy, an 8-inch cat for $15.19. That'll probably punch nice.
I mean, if we want it to look like Al, it has to be a gray tiki, so there's that.
Oh, God, I don't want to get specific. I just want to punch a fucking cat. I don't give a shit what it looks like.
I'm not really, like, this seems like a lot of work. I don't know that, we'll see what they say on my show if they really want to.
You don't think your audience would throw in money to watch you go boom, 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 and just punch a fucking toy cat?
I don't think I don't know. Like, we'll ask them. Wow. I'm fine with it if they do. It's a toy cat.
Some of you people are fucked up that you like cats so much. Some of you got touched or something. Not you. I'm talking about these people.
I'm just saying I don't think anyone's really itching for animal abuse, stuffed toy or otherwise. I'm
not talking about animal. I'm not talking about animal abuse. Listen to me. I'm talking about punching cats.
Yeah, that's animal abuse.
Since fucking when?
Since forever.
All right. Balls Deep with $2 says Johnny's exotic pussy pounding never happening. See? Pussy pounding. God, nobody wants to. All right, we got a little drama here in Minnesota. This is a police chief that got placed on leave. I love these stories because, like, the city of Rosemont is not the biggest city in the world. It's like it's not quite small town, but it's not big city either. Like, it's somewhere in between, old Rosemont. And their police chief has been placed on leave. And if there's anything better than, like, big news stories, it's little town drama stories. Because you think, like, the Charlie Kirk assassination has overtones of conspiracy to it. Every police chief firing, every mayor stepping down. If you've ever lived in a small town, you know. I mean, people have infinite theories about why it actually happened. This time it's in Rosemont, and their police chief is stepping down.
Tonight on why Rosemont Police Chief Michael Dahlstrom is on leave. Last Wednesday, the city posted on its website about the leave without giving a reason, only saying that Deputy Chief Carson Thomas will lead the department in the chief.
Which, by the way, posting this without a reason is exactly how you get the whisper campaign started.
Right, because no one has a reason. Everyone's going to make up their own.
It's going to be everything ranging from embezzlement to abuse to murder, covered up crimes, everything else. And you know what the craziest thing about this is? You let these people come up with their theories. And I always say this, the real reason is so much less sexier than the theories they come up with. So just come out and tell us why the guy's stepping down.
Otherwise, we're just going to be disappointed.
Right. You're all going to come up with your ideas.
Absence. Well, Joe Mason spent the day in Rosemont trying to get answers to what has become a mystery. Joe.
Lindsay, we tried to get answers right here at City Hall. We also made a stop right down there at a place you can always find the talk of the town.
Oh, God, this guy. Oh, this guy wants to go big market bad.
Yeah.
This guy wants a network gig. Holy shit. The talk of the town. That's old. I miss that. We need more of that. We need that on like YouTube news channels. I need Andrew Callahan to talk like that more. That's an art.
Okay.
I went right down there to where you can usually get the talk of the town. We're just a better country when we talk that way.
We showed up and the doors were locked. Down there, the jaws were a little looser.
In Rosemont.
Oh, the American Legion. Oh, yeah. I mean, if you don't mind the N-word getting tossed around,
you're going to hear some shit.
Oh, yeah.
If you have a question,
Laurel, you having your
American Legion Post 65?
What are you having, brother?
Usually has the answer.
All right, I'll ring something in. Hold on. There's a lot of gossip in.
I want to go there so bad.
That looks like every fucking bar in Minnesota.
I love a good Legion. I love a good VFW post. Oh my God, does that look like a blast? You got some golden tea back there. There's usually a buck hunter, some silver strike bowling, pull tabs, darts. An American Legion is, it smells a little funny. It's good, man. You gotta hit a Legion.
It's all the PTSD in the air.
That's probably what, I'm done. I'm probably not going to go out for a month or two. Not because of jail. I'm probably not going to go out because that cornhole tournament really got me.
You really realized you got to tone it down. You got to take a breather.
Every time I go out, I'm just like, because I'll go out maybe once every month or two.
Mm-hmm.
And when I do, it's like, okay, we need to take a month or two. I had more than 3 beers in one sitting. I got to take a rest. This is a little too much for me. But when I come back, I think I want to come back in an American Legion.
All right, then.
What have people been talking about the last few days?
The police chief.
But even here, where information in town flows on tap.
People are just wondering what happened.
No one knows why. Rosemont Police Chief Michael Dahlstrom has been placed on leave.
Oh, definitely butt fucking some dude. I mean, that's a cornhole and police chief right there. Look at that. That's Lance Bass.
I mean, I can't disagree with you. It looks like that white hair is a dye job, which is weird.
I can't wait to see Neil McDonough play him in the movie.
Nobody really seems to know.
Post Commander Chris Stensberg tells me...
Been kind of a shock to people, but...
It's a major mystery.
Nobody seems to know what's going on.
We wanted to know what's going on.
Come on!
So we stopped in City Hall. No, I'm looking for the mayor, if the mayor could talk to us. We were told the mayor...
I like to do that. I think everybody should do that. When you're driving through a small town and you stop to piss or something, stop at every City Hall and just go...
ask to talk to the mayor?
Like, talk to the mayor if he's available.
And the city administrator were unavailable. Logan's not in also? Hey, Mayor, it's Joe Mason over at 5 Eyewitness News. So we called
Click.
the mayor. Just had some questions for you. And the city administrator. Hey, Logan, it's Joe Mason over at 5 Eyewitness News. On Rosemont's website, the city posted a community notice saying the chief is on leave. No further information is available at this time.
Okay, this is infuriating because I'm looking at the time. that's left in this story. They're not going to tell me what happened either.
So the whole time they're just repeating the "we don't know what's going on" question.
You're going to feel like shit when you find out this guy's got cancer and that he stepped down for health reasons and that he doesn't want to be bothered. And you guys are just digging. You're like, oh, there's got to be something controversial. Oh, boy, I bet you, embezzlement. Oh, he might have been stealing. Oh, he might have shot a black guy or something like that. And then he's like, all right, fine, I have pancreatic cancer. I'll be dead in 30 days. Oh.
Was getting a blood transfusion, you dick.
I mean, I'm so sorry that we bothered you. Suppose you and your family want to spend as much time together as you possibly can over the next 30 days or so. I'm sorry, we'll leave you alone. I hope it's something that makes these people feel like shit.
Thank you. This is the most work I've done all month. Back at the American Legion.
This is the most work I've done all month, cracking open some pull tabs. Oh, man, after a hard day's work.
It is frustrating that they're not releasing anything.
Chris knows the chief well.
I've dealt with him on quite a few occasions, and I think he's an outstanding individual.
Like everyone else in town.
You're welcome, my friend.
He would like to know what's going on.
And I do believe the city will come out. It's too big of an issue, and he's too nice of an individual not to give us an
They're going to do a whole 2-minute story. And
we're still waiting to hear back from the mayor and the city administrator. We'll stay on top of this. We'll keep asking those questions because you deserve answers.
What a fucking I hate this guy, but I love him so much. I love this guy, but I fucking hate him.
We deserve answers. I feel like if you don't have any answers, we could have done without the story.
There was no reason to broadcast that.
Like, the local community should care, should know, right? The rest of us really don't have any skin in the game. I don't think we really give a fuck.
Wow. The police chief of Rosemont, Minnesota has stepped down and has given no reason. We're looking into it for you. Oh, great. You looked into it. What'd you find out? Nothing, really. Wait.
I got nothing for you. We don't really know.
You just teased that you were going to tell us about the police chief. Yeah, we did. He quit.
We told you he's on leave indefinitely and no.
Did you investigate why? Oh, we sure did. We turned the town upside down. Oh, great. What'd you find out? Yeah, nobody really knows. I mean, did you talk to anybody? We put in some phone calls. Cool. All right. Well, what else you got? I got trans sports. You know what? No. You know what? I'm gonna go out on a limb. I don't think the state of Minnesota needs a nightly news program.
I think we could probably do like
Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday.
Yeah. You know, a rotating schedule, just 3 times a week sounds good.
Yeah. We don't have enough news. We have a police chief in Rosemont who stepped down, probably for totally fine, normal, non-controversial reasons. And
Someone punched his cat.
Johnny punched his cat, and now there's all kinds of problems. I don't really understand why that was necessary.
Because like you said, we don't have any news.
Conditioner on my D says, I'm glad there's nothing else going on in this town. Nothing else. There's not even anything going on with this. Nobody knows shit. All anybody could say was, he's a good guy.
He's not in work today.
And we took 4 minutes of television airtime, and it was like
they paid a camera crew to walk around a town to find out, we don't know what's going on.
Here's our story options. Ready? Rosemont police chief steps down for no reason. Oh, what'd you guys find out? Not a goddamn thing. Well, that's not newsworthy. What's your other story? Another Somali fraud program. Let's go with the Rosemont thing.
Let's just go with the Rosemont.
Go with the Rosemont thing. The Somalis said that they were feeding starving children, and then they were turning it into welfare and just taking the cash. What happened to the starving children? Probably dead.
In fact, we don't have any evidence there were any children to begin with.
Yeah. Nothing. Oh. Well, let's go with the Rosemont story. Wait, what? Cheeto says, how the fuck do people in a southern Minnesota town sound more northern Minnesotan than northern Minnesota people? Yeah. Satan's Mechanic says, Lamest cop bashing clip ever. They couldn't even do cop bashing right. What's going on with the liberal media that we can't even cop bash properly anymore?
I don't know.
Unbelievable.
That picture certainly gave you more than enough ammunition. Like, what do you need? And the guy's on leave, so he could be. Why aren't they pulling out some of the crazy tweets or random theories that we have floating around town since City Hall won't answer? They'll be like, now, these may sound preposterous as claims. Like, he was turned into an alligator and taken by space aliens. Like, let's get some of the weird, crazy fucks from town. You know someone's going to tell you, oh, I know exactly what it is.
There were 2 drunk threes sitting at a Legion on a Monday, and they didn't have any gossip. There's no story here, guys. I'm sorry. John Doe says, oof, look at those Minnesota 2s. It was, look, you don't have to be.
Look, that's very American Legion. It's on brand.
Yeah, that's a Legion 6. For sure. That's a Legion 6.
The news crew stopped there after they were done, right? Like, they just hung out in the Legion, just got a couple drinks.
Some watered down, not watered down. No, those are heavy wristed. A Legion cocktail. Do you like shitty rail beverages poured way too strong? Welcome to the Legion. We've got your back. Wally World gifting a membership. Oh, gifting 2 memberships over on Rumble. Thank you, Wally World. We are also, whoopsie daisy. We are also, oh, nope, never mind. 3 of them from Wally World. I can't keep up. I'm having a hard time keeping up. Thank you, Wally. 4 from Wally World. Jesus, fuck. Let me know when you're done.
We'll catch up with you at the end and give you the grand total. But thank you so much, Wally World.
For 5 gifted members. All right, hold on a second, guys. I'll wait till he's done.
Does he want to do it like the Count from Sesame Street? 1 membership.
5 gifted memberships from Wally World. I'm just waiting, making sure.
He's gonna wait till you get going again, and he'll start up again.
All right, we're good.
All right.
78 memberships away from 600 and 225 away from Thursday's goal. Again, I'd like to do Thursday's goal over the next 3 days with just 1s, 2s, and 5s in donations. Nothing bigger than that, memberships being 5s. Thank you very much, Wally World, for the 5 memberships. And the now we're 78 away from 600 and 225 away from Thursday. So Wally World is now in the top 4. He is at 25. Silver Wolf in the cuck chair with 17. And Joey Caravello falling out of the cuck chair at 14 for old Joseph. Thank you, guys. Unbelievable. Thank you. Oh, my God. People are going to be mad at me. I haven't changed.
What'd you do?
I haven't changed the date. There we go. 10:07. Perfect. Wally World says just following orders, Toe. Oh, yeah, because if he would have done 5 at a time, that would have been 25. He had to do the 1 membership multiple times over. Smart.
Thank you.
Smart. 225 away from today. Thank you for all of your continued generosity. John Doe says, give me a membership. Well, let's see. Silver Wolf gifting a membership. It went to Christoph Mueller-Olsen, unfortunately. All right, so now we're on Doe Watch on YouTube. Gift those memberships on YouTube, and let's see if we can get John Doe a membership. That's what we'd like to see. So now Silver Wolf is at 22. Oh, never mind. He's at 27. Ghislaine Ayers getting a membership from Silver Wolf, who's now in 3rd place, by the way. Silver Wolf at 27. Atomic Ray in 4th at 25. And Wally World in the cuck chair at 25. Silver Wolf with another gifted memberships. This one going to Carlos Ramirez.
Thank you, Silver Wolf.
Silver Wolf is tied for 2nd at 31. Silver Wolf's going to be in 1st place in no time here. I have a feeling. That is 3 gifted memberships. Thank you very much. 215 away from Thursday's goal. So we got Carlos Ramirez. So Doe Watch continues. John Doe has not gotten a membership. Balls Deep asking him, are you subscribed? Well, he's subscribed, but he has to activate gifted memberships. Dr. Silverwolf gifting a membership to This All Sucks. Well, he ain't lying. 2:15 away from today. Thank you, Silverwolf. You know this thing where I said you can only do $1, $2, or $5 at a time is really butt fucking me now.
Yeah.
Because now I'm having to update. I'm having to update the standings a lot. Silverwolf at 40, Redbird at 32, Goat Wrangler in third at 31. Silverwolf gifted a membership to On a Wall, so we're still on Doe Watch. Silverwolf with another gifted membership, and this one's going to Italiana 504. Remember to auto-renew those memberships. We appreciate that. 2:10 away from Thursday. So we're still on Doe Watch. We will get there. We've got oh wait, hold on. How many gifted? Okay, 5 gifted memberships from Wally World. Dead Game with $2 says, "Hey numbnuts, memberships are almost $7. Get it right." Well, we only get 5 from the membership. So I don't know how it works for you guys. Silverwolf with another gifted membership. Who got it? Joshua Hauser got the membership. Balls Deep gifting a membership. T. Ree got it. So we're still on Doe Watch.
All right.
John Doe still does not have a membership. And Silverwolf is another $8. So he's at 48. Old Silverwolf. God damn. Poor John Doe can't catch a break.
Just ask is there a way to gift directly, or do they just go at random?
I was thinking about that yesterday. I'm like, why won't YouTube do the
direct
gifting thing? You know? Oh, On a Wall says if you do the Rumble gifted memberships on desktop, it's $4.99. There you go. So
it matters how you do it.
Go to your Google Chrome on your phone and go Rumble and do it that way.
It's
a lot easier. A lot easier for you guys. They fuck you over on that cell phone deal. Okay, 205 is our number for Thursday. Thank you guys so much. Let's get back into the news because now we're just grifting. Now it's a grift. Trump threatens to invoke the Insurrection Act in Portland. We were talking about this at the beginning of the show. This is so stupid. Fuck Portland. Like, is it controversial? I know that the MAGA people are supposed to be all law and order and we're going to fix all these libtard towns and everything. I don't give a shit about Portland. It's been full of shithead shit libs my entire life.
It's not like it's going to change.
Do you know what Trump did? Do you know how far he went with this Portland thing so far?
He hasn't deployed troops, has he?
He did. He took National Guard troops from California, deployed them to Portland, which he shouldn't be allowed to do either of those things.
Right. National Guard is supposed to be at the behest of the state.
The governor. Right. The governor.
And the only time that they'd get called up out of that is if there was like some sort of like foreign invader in our country, then like the overall military would be taking like control of the guard.
Well, a judge yesterday shut him down on that, said you can't do that. So now Trump wants to invoke the Insurrection Act. He wants to say, well, there's an insurrection going on in Portland. I need the military. I need the National Guard to put it down. I like all of this Trump going into these liberal cities thing is starting to take a dark turn. And Cleaner is saying, if you don't care, then why talk about it? Because I have a feeling my audience is a little more hardcore on this than I am. And I want to hear their opinion. I want to hear from them. Maybe there's something I'm missing. But this is taking a very sinister turn, this bringing troops in because Antifa protests in Portland. And to me, this is a local issue, was, always will be a local issue. This isn't something the president should be handling. And not only that, we know that if you become okay with one side doing this, the other side
be done by the other side too.
Right.
It's the slope thing. Like, we don't need to go further down. We could stop this now and not have the next president have like a pre-standing history of people doing this shit.
This is the Republican version of like, hey, we can go to Waco. Hey, we can go to Ruby Ridge because these people are white supremacists and these people are a cult, and the government should be able to go in there and intervene in this cult-like behavior. And like when Janet Reno did that, that was fucking shitty. That was bad, and it ended really, really poorly. What about now when we put National Guard troops in Portland because there's some retards doing retarded Portland shit there? It's a local issue. It's a state issue. It's not something I want to give the federal government, especially the president, power to handle.
But it's just this is what happens when you deploy when you deploy them in DC where people want them and they help bring crime a little bit down and stuff. You start being like, hey, well, I guess I can just go all over the country with the fucking National Guard and we could just fix everything. And even if you want the National Guard there to fix whatever, it's like we said, it's a precedent that we don't need to set for the next guy to come in and use the police and the National Guard how they see fit to lock down whatever group they don't like.
Exactly. I don't like the precedent it's setting because it's not going to be these people you like in there forever. And I don't, dude, even if you use the National Guard, I don't think you can fucking fix Portland. The people there, even the ones who aren't rioting or doing anything like that, they're dumb. They're dumb hippies. And they're going to do dumb hippie shit. And they're going to vote for dumb hippie leaders. That's
how many
Portland.
how many of them are opposed to what Portland has done overall? Like that's
right.
That's the big question. I don't think it's most of them.
I don't think that invoking the Insurrection Act or sending the National Guard into Portland, I don't think it's a good precedent to set. I could be wrong. That's why I bring this stuff to you guys. And B, I don't think it's going to fix it. I don't think Portland can be fixed by some National Guard troops. Like, okay.
Every time they've hated a person, their solution is to go further to the left extreme. Like, so it's not like the problem is the people aren't being heard and the right people aren't getting in charge. No. They fail on a fundamental level. They're going to steer this snowball downhill every time.
Plus, I like having a city like Portland as a guardrail. I like having it as a warning. You know, like, you want to be this shit? Like, is that what I feel the same way about San Francisco?
I feel like New York's about to do that if they elect the right person.
God. Well, they're fucked either way. They got Mamdani or Cuomo. It's like shotgun or handgun. How you want to get shot? Either way, you're dying. Fucking Curtis.
Well, with that one, it'd probably pay. We're talking slugs or shotgun?
The most devastating ammunition. The old Turok exploding shells.
All right, yeah, and definitely shotgun. You're not going to feel that.
Minnesota is the asshole of the United States, says T. Duden. Jersey looks down on Minnesota. I mean, 2 years ago, I would have told you you're insane, but we keep moving down. We're like the Ravens right now. Everyone, has a certain way they used to look at us, and they ain't looking at us like that anymore. Conditioner on my D says has nothing to do with him not liking them. They're actively subverting and attacking federal agents. You guys are retarded. Well, okay, but that's ICE. Those are ICE agents. If ICE agents can't handle what Portland's doing, the National Guard is they're going to attack the National Guard as well. Like, this seems like this thing is escalating. So in Chicago, it's a similar deal. You have ICE agents being cornered and ambushed by people in Chicago, and the police are being told to stand down. The police are being told not to.
So the ICE agents are being forced to defend themselves. It's one of those where, like, again, I don't think the National Guard is the solution to that. I thought, personally, just letting the ICE agents like defend themselves with non-lethal means was fine. Like, let them, if protesters and people are going to come at them. I saw a rather funny clip yesterday of an Antifa dude in a frog suit getting pepper sprayed. And I was like, you know what? Fucking, there you go.
What I'm asking is, do we need the National Guard, or can we just give ICE the authority to go in there?
I feel like giving ICE the authority would be about the same as the National Guard for the people like, no, the Guard has to go in there to secure things. Like, well, no, the Guard.
I mean, we've seen ICE. They're armed to the teeth. They're armed pretty heavily. Those agents.
I don't know why. The only place I would give, I think, like he's saying about the insurrection thing, it's with the people fighting the ICE and the protests getting violent and so massive. that's where you have grounds for
Well,
insurrection.
and he officially declared Antifa a terrorist organization. So you'll be fighting terrorists. But now this is the Bush years coming back to haunt us. Remember when we passed the Patriot Act and all that 9/11 fervor was going on, and they're like, well, what's to stop the government from just declaring American citizens terrorists? And now here we go. You got this Antifa thing. And I know in 2025, we're all excited. We're like, yeah, fuck Antifa. What happens when Gavin Newsom does it to Second Amendment groups? What happens when Gavin Newsom declares militias to be terrorist groups? White supremacist terrorist groups. I mean, do we really want to play? Like, you can call me a retard if you want to. How many times have you watched this game of escalation play out and it ends well for anybody? It doesn't.
Well, like I always say, at this point now, when someone proposes doing something, I always look at, yeah, but how's the other side going to use that against me later?
I always ask that. I always wonder that, and you always get attacked for it. You always get attacked for it, and you're always right when you ask that. You go, hey, the other side's going to use this against you. Great example. During the Obama years, the liberals didn't have the votes to pass Supreme Court justices. So they said, you know what? We're getting rid of the 60-40. We're doing the nuclear option. We're busting the filibuster. And you just need a simple majority to get the Supreme Court nominee through. So what did the Republicans do when Trump got in there? They go, hey, thanks for nuking that filibuster. That sure does help. We're going to push through all of Trump's guys. And now it's a Trump Supreme Court. Now you're going to have Clarence Thomas and Samuel Alito dropping out during Trump's term. He's going to get to replace those two. And it's going to be at least one generation of a Trump Supreme Court.
Right, and everybody's going to go, oh, Trump's subverting the law, and he's breaking the rules, and he's building the system for what to appease one side specifically. That's not democracy. It's like, right, but the guy who put the framework in for him to do that was your guy. So again, it's really weird to call this guy a piece of shit for using the hammer that your team built to smash the wall that you guys built.
Now, Power Windows thinks this is going to protect us. He says, we're not out here fighting and attacking people, dummy. We want to be left alone. Okay, how long until the Democrat? Hey, you know who else wanted to be left alone? The Branch Davidians and Randy Weaver. They both wanted to be left alone. They're going to say that wanting to be left alone is somehow now a terrorist act. Just to get back at you for the Portland shit. Again, I'm not wrong about, as Paul Heyman would say, this is not a prediction. This is a spoiler. This is not a prediction. It's a prophecy. $2 from Grand Poobah says this isn't really something new, as it was Eisenhower or Kennedy that sent the 101st Airborne in to integrate Little Rock High School. I think that was Kennedy. Who did that? I think that was a JFK deal in Arkansas. So yeah, I don't know. This Portland thing, first of all, taking the California National Guard and sending it to Portland, that's above, that's not in Trump's purview. But if ICE is executing Order 66, if ICE is, doing their job and deporting people, then they have a right to be there. If the local law enforcement won't help them out, I believe ICE has a right to accomplish their mission and do what they're there to do. And if you get in the way, that's fucking on you, pal.
Yeah, but I can also understand where it's literally just like, look, we don't have the manpower to execute this and then get, an entire block of people that are protesting, blocking with cars and bodies and everywhere. And especially if the police aren't helping, I could understand where it's like, okay, well, we need to send in the national. And again, this is where the liberals open up the door for this. Like, no, we need to send in the National Guard because the cops won't assist at all, because we won't keep this civil at all and everything. We have to send in the National Guard. But like I said, that's an excuse we use for this situation. Wait till the other team finds a new situation that they get to use the same excuse.
It's getting to the point, because someone points out this is the same language Obama used with the Tea Party. Not quite, but I will say this. It's getting to the point where if you're going to do something like this, you better win and end it. Otherwise, like we said, there's going to be a backlash. There's going to be a counter to this. And I don't think you can win anything like this. Satan's Mechanic with a good point. He says, what state was Ruby Ridge? Johnny, what state was Ruby Ridge?
I don't know.
I believe Ruby Ridge was Oregon.
Oh, I see. I thought it was in Virginia.
Or was it Idaho? It was
Was
Idaho
that the guy-
Idaho or Oregon.
Okay.
Ruby Ridge was located in Idaho. Okay.
Okay. Was that the one where the dude was just a dude living in the woods and they shot his wife and
Randy
kid?
Weaver, yeah.
Yeah.
It was way more it was way more nefarious than that. Randy Weaver wasn't
Oh
just
yeah,
a
they
guy.
played audio or like asking him to just let the wife and the kid go.
No, before that, it was on the border of Idaho and Oregon. It was on the Panhandle. So, it was way more nefarious than that. They actually went up there to go fuck with these people because they thought there was a white supremacist like terror cell in Ruby Ridge. So they went to this guy, Randy Weaver, who moved out and built a cabin, and he went into town to get supplies every once in a while, wanted to live off the fat of the land, do odd jobs for money, not pay a mortgage, property taxes, anything like that. So this guy, Randy Weaver, needs money, and he's handy. So this federal agent comes up there undercover, goes to church, and asks Randy Weaver, hey, you want to saw off some shotguns for me? And Randy Weaver says, no, I don't. That's really fucking illegal. And I think the guy offered him like $700, and this is back in like 92. Offers him $700 to saw off a couple of shotguns. And Randy Weaver goes, all right, I'll saw off the shotguns for you. Come back and get them in a week or whatever. So Randy Weaver does the sawed off shotgun, and they arrest him. They arrest him for not manufacturing, modifying weapons. They give him a weapons charge. They let him go back up into the cabin. And he's like, I'm not fucking showing up for my court date. I'm staying up in the woods. I'm not going back. Right. They could have just dropped the whole thing, let it go. Not a big deal. And instead they sent federal agents to sneak up the fucking mountain to go and seize Randy Weaver. His son, his friend, and his dog are out hunting. The son sees somebody in the bushes. Now, this is where the dispute comes. Some people say the agents killed the dog first. That the dog sniffed out one of the agents and was barking, and they were going looking, and the agent was hiding in the brush. Some say that the son fired at the agent. I happen to believe they shot the dog thing. So then the son goes running towards the house. Randy Weaver tells everybody to get in the house. They shoot Randy Weaver's son. Then Vicky Weaver opens the door to get them in there. He tells everybody to get inside. One of the soldiers, one of the agents, shoots Vicky Weaver while she's holding her baby. Fucking brutal. So then the siege begins. And Randy Weaver has to be in a little cabin with his dead son and his dead wife. They have to negotiate with the agents so that he can bring them outside. So they promise they won't shoot him while he removes his dead loved ones from his house. And then they were on a loudspeaker. Now the guy running this thing swears to God he didn't know Vicky Weaver was dead. And they start broadcasting messages to Vicky Weaver. And they start saying, Vicky, we're having pancakes for breakfast. What are you eating? And like, if you bring the kids out here, we'll get you some breakfast and everything. Like trying to get Vicky to bring the kids out. They claim they didn't know she was dead. But meanwhile, put yourself,
they're being dicks.
Yeah, put yourself in Randy Weaver's shoes. He's literally staring at her corpse. And they're talking.
It's gonna drive you nuts and make you kind of go postal and come out guns blazing like I'm going to like these people. I think they were trying to rile them up so they'd have it's a lot less questions if the other side's dead, and we can say we can speak for them as the surviving good guys to tell you exactly what the case is. Yeah. So then Randy Weaver won't give himself up, because he's convinced that the government's going to murder him. Why wouldn't they? Mm-hmm. So they send this guy that he liked listening to, this radio host named Bo Gritz. They send Bo Gritz out there to talk to Randy Weaver. And Bo's anti-government, all of that stuff. But he's like, I don't want to see this fucking guy die, Mm-hmm. So he talks Randy Weaver into turning himself in. I think Randy Weaver had to do a little bit of time, but his family got $5 million out of this whole thing. Now, is that worth, losing your wife and kid? Obviously not. No.
But needless to say, that happened. That upset a lot of people. Then the Waco thing happened. And Waco's an interesting one because it depends on who you believe. Some people say that they went in there because they heard the Branch Davidians were modifying weapons. I don't know if they... I mean, really convenient that the government burned the fucking compound down, so we never really know if they were doing
what exactly the deal was.
Then there were also allegations that... Randy Weaver was acquitted, it turns out. I can't believe they even went through with trying him. But there were also rumors that David Koresh was having sex with the children in Waco. Again, you burn down the entire fucking place. Who's going to know? By the way, am I being gaslit by my government? Probably yes, but I swear to God, I remember a tank shooting flames into the compound at Waco.
I don't recall that, but I don't remember like a whole lot of like Waco footage, so maybe it happened and I didn't see it.
It might be a Mandela effect thing, but I swear to God, I remember a tank or some kind of armored vehicle outside the compound at Mount Carmel, and it was shooting flames into the building. I swear to God, I saw that. Maybe it's something I remember that it never happened. That does happen from time to time.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, they set that fucking place on fire and then tried to blame Koresh for it. Sam Show says, oh no, that happened. Mr. Beat says, I never saw a tank shooting flames. Yeah, I can't remember. There was a tank that fired rounds into that compound. Moments later, the compound went up in flames. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's what it was. Yeah, I mean, so then that leads to this guy. There was this really angry guy in Oklahoma who was not happy about Randy Weaver or David Koresh, and he decided that he would get a little, he wanted a little vengeance. He was military trained. He had a buddy, and this is where it gets dicey. I believe that the government helped him and assisted him in planning the Oklahoma City bombing, Timothy McVeigh, and the crazy fucker carried it out. I think the government fully intended to use Terry Nichols and Timothy McVeigh to show, oh, look, they're doing terrorism. These white guys are doing terrorism.
Go stop them.
We have to stop them. And Timothy McVeigh was fucking hardcore, and he blew up the federal building in Oklahoma City. And he did it. I mean, stated goal. I did it for Randy Weaver. I did it for David Koresh. I did it to fight back against a crooked and corrupt government. And the government framed it as, oh, yeah, there was a daycare in there, so he just wanted to murder kids. And I'm like, oh, you fuckers. You dirty, rotten sacks of shit.
Meanwhile, if you look at his manifesto, like, I'm not saying that anything that dude did was okay, but I am saying, like, some of the stuff he did say, like, about the digital age and its effect on us as a society and the way the government would use it to manipulate and control us.
Kaczynski?
Oh, shit.
That was Kaczynski. That was the Unabomber.
Yeah, I got that wrong. My apologies.
And by the way, the Unabomber, there was this conspiracy theory that the Unabomber was part of the MK Ultra program, the mind control Operation Monarch type shit. And the government said, that's crazy conspiracy talk. There's no MK Ultra mind control shit. And then a few years ago, we find out, oh, MK Ultra
there was an MK Ultra mind control.
Totally a program. Ted Kaczynski was 100% part of it. They used really smart guys to figure out how they could basically weaponize their brains. And then one of their machines malfunctioned or worked exactly like they wanted it to.
Depending on who you believe.
Right. We live in an evil country. We have a really evil government.
Well, that's what happens when you're owned by... I'm sorry. We had other things to do.
Yeah, we were not actually going to talk about this today.
Yeah. This is a weird rabbit hole that you just kind of kept going down, so I went with you.
Not a show we planned on doing today. Thank you very, very much. Thank you to Silver Wolf for gifting a membership to Who, What, Why. We're on the John Doe Watch. Balls Deep gifting a membership to Nate G. Now, this guy T in the chat says the shame of receiving a membership is unbearable. I want nothing more than that place or than that guy to get a membership.
Did he get a membership now?
Balls Deep gifting a membership to Donnie 1954. Thank you very much. We are 200 away from Thursday Thank you guys very much. And Silver Wolf, add another 6 to his total. So where's he sitting? $54. And then we got 20 for Balls Deep. Oh, 56 for old Silver Wolf. There we go. Oh, boy. Yeah, wow. We went from Portland to Ruby Ridge to Waco.
Yeah.
To all of that shit. Oh, my God.
All because we're all worried about
Portland.
Well, I guess not worried about you and I guess, are worried about how the future will bear down with Portland being an established precedent.
Yeah. If Trump puts federal troops into Portland, will the left retaliate with violence? Crazy to think.
Fortunately, they haven't yet.
Oh, man. By the way, with all this going down, I can't tell you how much I'm happy about this federal government shutdown. Do you even, you have different benefits programs and whatnot?
None of it's affected.
None of it's affected. On your day-to-day, do you ever, notice that the federal government is shut down?
No.
I forgot that we were on day 7 until I read an article this morning.
The closest I have is a friend who literally works for the government. So right now, he's not getting paid, but we were talking to him about it. He works with a bank that pretty much advances his paycheck because they get reimbursed after the government gets back together anyway.
By him or the government?
By the government. So
the bank
pretty
does?
much they're getting, the bank does, yeah. Because they get their government pay that they have been withheld this whole time in one lump sum.
You're saying the government pays the guy and then he pays the
guy.
Okay.
And the bank in good faith kind of loans him the paycheck. So if this goes on for a prolonged period of time, even the closest way I can think of, which is knowing someone who literally works for the government that this affects, he's still it's not a big deal.
Here's what I want. I want this thing to go on long enough so that we can get the full scope of what's shut down, so we can then realize, I'd be fine if that didn't come back, or that didn't come back, or that didn't come back. One of the things I saw recently was farm subsidies. And I'm like, farming is one of the biggest welfare programs you can be a part of. And because we live in an oligarchy, people think, it's these little farmers that are getting these checks that are barely keeping them going from the government. Bullshit. It's these giant fucking corporate farms that are getting the biggest share of the government subsidies and the welfare. And it's just, all it's doing is cushioning their operation. I mean, yeah, there's little farmers that get checks and everything else, but who's to say, where is it written, obviously U.S. law and the budget, but that American taxpayers have to give farmers money on top of the money they're giving them for their food?
Well, the worst part is the subsidies is to grow crops that we don't need that aren't selling, so things that export and stuff like that a lot of times too, because a lot of them are tied to soy or corn, so it's growing specific crops in a lot of situations, and that's kind of another problem. I thought it's the free market. If those crops are selling, then the farmers are going to want to grow them because that's going to sell. But if that's not the case, then I don't know. It's certainly not we're subsidizing them to grow apples, oranges, and peppers.
Well, we're also paying them not to grow shit.
Oh yeah.
So let's say the government decides, we got too many soybeans or we got too much corn. We'll pay you not to plant it. But what if in that region, in that area, the farmer says, those can make me a shitload of money. I can make good money on corn and soybeans. The prices are good, whatever. And the government's like, why don't we just give you other people's money not to plant them? Let the fucking guy plant his crops.
Let the farmers run their farms.
Yeah. I mean, so the reason I brought this up is because Fox 9 did a story yesterday. They're starting, the news media is now starting to roll out their sob stories about the shutdown. Because whenever the government's shut down, you always see people like me or you or other people going, I'm not really noticing that the government's shut down. So then by about day 9 or 10, I think we're on day 8 today, day 9 or 10, they start to go, let's get this thing figured out. Let's get something signed. Let's get something passed, because people are starting to notice that they don't really need us as much as they
Government
thought
not
they
being here is almost the same as if it is.
This is the same thing I like about not increasing the debt ceiling. It'll force us to just spend the money we take in. Now, the disaster about that is between defense, interest on the debt, Medicare, and Medicaid. After you spend that, after you spend that money, you can't do anything. Can't do anything. So let's go to the Minnesota media now wants you to feel bad about this shutdown. The shutdown is bad. Booty hooty hooty hoo. So they're going to make you cry for the farmers first. Let's go ahead and check this out. Before we do, Silver Wolf with $5. Let's do this here. They sent 7 Bradleys, 2 Abrams, 4 combat engineer vehicles, and a recovery vehicle to Waco. That seems necessary. That seems like something we needed to do.
That certainly seems like a government agency and task force that's aimed with taking people alive.
Exactly. Now we are 195 away from Thursday. What did I say? I said we could take it down $100 a day.
Yeah, something like that.
$1, $2, and $5 at a time. Thank you guys very much. Let's do this one out of. This is Feel Bad for the Farmers Day.
It's day 2 of the government shutdown, and for a lot of farmers, it's coming at just about the worst time. This is during harvest season. U.S. Department of Agriculture offices are among the hardest hit in Minnesota. Fox 9's Corin Hoggard spoke with farmers and the state budget director. He joins us now live from the state capitol. So, Corin, the impact of...
You got to have Corn Hogger if you're going to do a farming segment. You can't not have a guy named Corn Hogger.
It's just, I feel like I'm in a simulation when this shit happens. That can't be.
Fuck that, dude. Corn Hogger's my favorite guy.
Dude, I'm not saying I don't love the name. It's too perfect. How did we? Corn Hoggers talking about the Corn Huskers and what's going on. Not the sports team, the actual people who go out and husk the corn.
Now, I know people are going to correct me. They go, actually, Aaron, it's Corin Hoggard. It doesn't matter. Say it quickly. It's Corn Hogger. It's Corn Hogger is. And you know what I love about Corn Hogger? He's just an old-timey cornball of a dude. He's just that news guy.
He looks like he could be the new spokesman for Cracker Barrel.
He could. He could be the new Uncle Herschel, old Corn Hogger. Corn Hogger looks like he tries to be extra nice to her because the last thing Corn Hogger wants is for her to think he's hateful in any way, shape, or form.
He got no problem with it. I met plenty of decent darkies.
But I don't think Corn Hogger would say that. That's you.
I don't know.
Don't project your racist bullshit onto a national hero like Corn Hogger. All right, how bad should we feel for the farmers during this shutdown?
The shutdown hasn't showed up immediately for everybody.
Now, Simone, it's kind of coming in waves here, and it really depends on how close you are to the federal government. For example, there are about 18,000 federal workers in the state of Minnesota.
Jesus.
We don't know exactly how many of them have been furloughed, but the plans came from each individual department. Most of those workers are in the VA and in the USDA, the Department of Agriculture.
Oh, shit. Is the VA like shut down, or do they just have to furlough a bunch of workers?
Well, they're not shut down, but if you're a veteran, good luck.
I got news for you. I believe that the VA operating the way it normally does versus the VA being shut down is going to take a while to notice. Because if you're a veteran, it's going to be, oh shit, it's been 14 days without any health care. That seems pretty normal for the VA.
Yeah, that's the part that sucks. I thought we were all America first. We love our soldiers. Like, why can't they just go to any hospital?
Well, you know what Carlin said about pro-life Republicans.
What's that?
Republicans want live babies so they can raise them to be dead soldiers. I mean...
And the USDA said it was going to furlough about half of its employees, including most of the employees at the Farm Services Agency and Rural Development. So I went over to those offices today and checked on them. They're both closed, and that is very bad news for farmers, especially right now as harvest season kicks in for a lot.
But this is fucking crazy. Like, why should farmers need the government? You literally are planting food, growing food, harvesting food. Farming is supposed to be the one thing where you're like, that's what people say when they want to go off the grid and get away from the government. They're like, I want to go to a field somewhere and just start farming.
I want to grow my own food. Pretty much anyone who steps outside of a garden is farming. Like, anytime you go over a small plot, after we get outside of a flower box in your backyard, we're pretty much farming now.
Well, how about instead of asking, with the government shutdown, how are these poor farmers going to get any kind of services? How about we ask, how did we fuck up so much as a government that even farmers can't operate with the government shutdown? This is crazy.
Out of them, and the reason is that Farm Services Agency actually helps them make sure they get paid. It helps make sure they get loans so they can make it into the next season. I actually talked to a couple of soybean farmers who said it's a double whammy because the trade wars are keeping them from being able to sell their crop to China, and then there's nobody at FSA to talk to make sure they can make it into next season.
It's like the domino effect. Also, Corin, the USDA administers some pretty significant programs for Minnesota families. This is including SNAP and WIC. We know so many families.
I was told that these tariffs were going to force China to come to the table and we were going to get all this shit figured out. And now these fucking farmers are like, I don't know how I can sell my soybeans to China because of the trade stuff. Fuck. Dude, I'm going to tell you, term 2 is not as impressive to me as term 1 was.
Yeah, and it's starting to seem like whether we go left or right, it seems like we're going to be broken down until we dissolve into like their one world oligarchy thing that they want to build.
Still ain't got no wall. There was a wall.
Can we at least get the wall?
Yeah, like 10
Can we
years
let
ago?
Arizona or whichever one built them out of boxcars put it back up?
Yeah, 10 years ago, I was promised a wall. There was a swamp. The swamp has only gotten...
Mexico was going to pay for it?
We were going to drain some kind of swamp. I don't see so much as a backhoe at this swamp. So could we... Maybe we don't have to drain the swamp. Could we get some, like, class 5 or something and, like, fill it in? Maybe fill the swamp? No? Okay. Just something about a swamp.
Depend on this financially. Are they at risk of losing that assistance?
Yeah, not quite yet, but maybe
No.
soon. So the state budget director.
That's funny.
Let me, because the way he, not quite yet, but maybe soon. Because there are programs and things put in place that literally the only way these programs will get shut down at this point is if the state takes them away from you, or if literally the federal government completely, and I mean from top to bottom, shuts down. Otherwise, those programs and services will stay there. But we really like terrorizing you with the idea
that maybe. That was so funny that this lady's like, all right, Corin, well, we lay it on thick that this federal government shutdown that most people are realizing doesn't affect them. Let's really scare the shit out of them with the whole farmer thing. So this is going to really fuck them up on a bunch of other stuff, right? No, it's not. No, that's pretty much this is it. This is the long and short of it.
There says
Not
that
yet, but
SNAP
maybe.
and WIC have enough funding here still in the state to last probably through October.
Our current analysis is that a lapse in federal funds will have minimal impact on federally funded state activities in the short term. Most state programs have...
This lady's name is Anna Minge.
We can't. What? First we had Cornhugger?
We got Cornhugger and Anna Minge.
Jesus Christ.
God
what is it with
bless Minnesota. So this is a good question. This is why I like government shutdowns. This is why they're good. Let's start asking the question. Why the fuck is our state business so intertwined with the federal government? Why are we so dependent on the federal government for basic function? This is a great example of the term, a government big enough to give you everything you want is a government big enough to take everything away.
To take it all away.
funding remaining from previous funding authorizations. But what we know is that the longer a shutdown lasts, the greater the impact to state programs and services.
And that
and you know what I'm feeling like saying, oh yeah, let's find out. Because I think they're lying.
The problem is a lot of these programs are, especially in this state, overinflated because we have so many people that, like, maybe let's just say as a group just got here and they're all of a sudden dining in on the EBT and the SNAP programs and all of that stuff. So they need to be, kind of shored up by federal money for that.
So they're going to pay these people in full when they come back, right?
Yeah, I don't know about the SNAP and WIC programs, like if those do reimbursement things, but any federal workers,
they're getting money.
They're
so
getting
why
their
not?
money back.
You're going to pay them anyway. Why not? It's all numbers on a computer screen. Just keep them working.
Yeah.
Just keep them
Or,
working.
I have a question. Is what they're doing really worth the money we're paying them if we can shut them down for a couple of weeks and the world doesn't fall apart?
Right.
What were they doing?
Probably includes Head Start and veterans benefits potentially being threatened if the shutdown lasts for quite some time. But again, it's all...
So in other words, again, not shit happening right now.
Right. And certainly what we don't have to worry about is, don't worry, the senators will continue to get their money while the government is shut down. All of the higher up people will continue to make their big bucket. But because the government is, again, pouting like a 2-year-old child, veterans who are our pride and soul, they might have to just die.
By the way, senators and congressmen will get their money no matter what. They didn't close the stock market.
Right.
Already impacting some of those folks in the ag world. And so coming up at 6, I talked to a farmer who was literally harvesting her crop while she talked to me about the impact on her and fellow farmers.
So while she's doing the work she needs to do to get her crops to market, she's talking to you about how this is hurting her to, yeah.
Okay.
What, okay, again, maybe I'm just biased here because I hate the government, but it doesn't sound to me like a lot of people are being affected by this government shutdown here yet. I'll say yet.
They'll be able to paint a picture of it more in the future. But again, part of the problem is, though, and that's the part we never address. Some of these programs like SNAP and WIC and stuff, these programs have been way overinflated and we let way too many people be on them. We don't put in any sort of regulations. We don't look into things. We don't look at people. Like, there are people who like literally live on reoccurring, like finding ways to stay on benefit programs that are meant to be temporary. And that's a problem.
Fats McGee says the VA is not shut down for healthcare or benefits. It's a whole separate pile of money. Only certain things aren't working, but that does not include healthcare or paying out benefits. Now, here's what pisses me off. You don't have a piece of paper called a budget that can allocate these funds. I'm still paying taxes. I'm not getting a tax cut during the shutdown. I'm still paying the money, so you're still getting the money. Just keep the fucking thing open. This is all theatrics. Cloud Scam says farmers need the government for movement on crop bailouts due to the government killing our soybean contracts with China. Yay. Ablo Pacheco gifting a membership over on YouTube. Thank you, buddy. It went to Unforced Ego, who, by the way, Unforced Ego, incredibly generous last week. Unbelievable, that Unforced Ego. Just a nice guy. Filled up the canteen real nice, as it were. Captain Joe with $20. Thank you, Captain Joe. Where's my Alex Jones drop for him?
I have sworn on the altar of God, total resistance against every form of tyranny, against the mind of men.
He says the soldiers, ICE, and other law enforcement are working and not getting paid, so they notice. Again, you're still taking my money. Pay those fucking guys then. Pay them. I thought this was...
Well, that's part of the problem. They can't agree on a budget because, certain people want certain things like, oh, we want protections for, I think, what is it they're holding up on this time? Like health care for illegal immigrants?
Well, the CIA used to sell crack to black people and meth to white people in order to raise their money to fund revolutions overseas.
Let's do that.
By the way, another conspiracy theory that people were crazy for thinking and then only to be confirmed 20, 30 years later is that, yes, the CIA was selling crack to black people and then taking that money and funding counter-revolutionary groups in Latin America.
Oops.
Yay. You can't tell me they didn't do the same with meth to white people to destroy poor white communities. Because all of a sudden one day meth is just this giant bonanza of a thing. And then our media is glorifying it with like Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul and like, yeah, meth and drug dealing, right? Cooking meth, it's blue. Isn't that fucking wild? You can't tell me that meth and crack aren't both psyops for white and black people.
How's that war on drugs going?
Just exactly the way they intended it. Exactly the way they intended. It's working like clockwork. Rabbi Smoothie with $1 says this sounds like Trump's plan to entice lower food prices. They better not raise the price of Splorn. $1 from
you know
Rabbi.
About that one?
No, what's Splorn?
There's a dude who, when the tariffs came out, he made a video about Trump's tariffs and his government are destroying my crops. I'm just a good, honest, hardworking farmer. I can't sell my Splorn. And he's got a whole bunch of shit behind him. CNN ran the video.
What's Splorn?
And like, Splorn is nothing. He made it up.
Fucking with them?
He was mocking them. They took him seriously to the point where they took his TikTok and they wanted him to come on CNN to talk to them about the difficulty of his Splorn crop.
So they wanted to shit on Trump so bad that they just ignored the fact that this guy was talking crazy bullshit.
Nobody took 5 seconds to look up if Splorn was a thing. They're just like, dumb hick farmers, Splorn must be something. Yeah. Let's see if I can find this story.
Here, this is the Splorn guy, Farmer Fran.
Yeah.
CNN actually tried to interview a farmer after Occupy Democrats shared his satire
His video.
Oh, no.
We're just absolutely fucked as farmers, guys. Everything is so fucked, and I do not see anybody surviving this farm crisis that we're in. Guys, look, one of the best Splorn crops that I have ever raised in my life. And because of the tariffs, China will not fucking buy it. And they are the only country in the world they are the only country in the world that buys Splorn. And so now I'm literally just chopping it and blowing it on the fucking ground because it's fucking useless. It's valueless. There's nothing I can fucking do to it. I am going to need government assistance to make it through this fucking crisis until these tariffs end. Look, I've never raised a Splorn crop like this, guys. And this is just fucking heartbreaking to me. I don't know how I'm gonna survive. You know, Trump said he fucking loved us farmers, and here I am just blowing my Splorn crop all over the ground. Hopefully he works a deal out where Antarctica and Mars will start buying this Splorn and save the farmers.
They thought that was
the altar of
fucking
God.
real.
Total resistance against every form of tyranny, against the mind of men.
So
That's
they bought
just funny.
they bought that.
They bought that. I mean, if you didn't get enough of a clue from Splorn, he threw out the giant one at the end of Antarctica and Mars, two places that don't buy crops of any
That
kind.
guy
if you
was
needed
not,
that
he
info.
wasn't being subtle.
No, he wasn't. But there's a follow-up video I found where he's literally like, guys, CNN actually like wanted me to come on and talk to them about fucking Splorn. Like they took it seriously.
He wasn't trying to trick anyone.
No.
Coltrane,
It was very obvious.
Coltrane with $1 says, if only we stuck to the fucking 10th Amendment, then federal shutdowns wouldn't have much impact on states. Yeah, but the government figured out this thing a long time ago where they could bribe the states to do what they want. Like, hey, we want you guys to do this. They could kind of, they made an end around the 10th Amendment by going, we'll give you a shitload of money if you just agree to do this thing. And the states went, ooh, shitloads of money. I like shitloads of money. What do I have to do? You just have to give up your sovereignty as a state.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. We'll do that. Fuck the 10th Amendment. It's gay anyway.
Well, fucking joke's on them because we got a bankbuster governor in this state who manages the money so well that we don't. Oh, shit.
We handle it very well, too. Thank you guys very much for those drop-ins. 175 away from Thursday. I mean, we got about 2 hours left in the show, and we're closer to Thursday's goal than I thought we would get today. Do you feel like I guess what? Keep going?
Keep going. I'd say knock out the last 75. Leave that last 100 for
Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. memberships, all that. I mean, fine. I didn't expect to be this far ahead for today, but, as you were, I guess. Oh, we're still on Doe Watch. John Doe wanted a membership. Unfortunately, he has not gotten one yet on YouTube, that is. Let's open up the rest of our 6 o'clock hour. I don't even have our whole 6 o'clock hour stories done yet because there were so many things I added at the beginning of today's show. Let's talk about our friends at All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Of course, with All Care Towing, whether you get in an accident, you go in the ditch, you have a flat tire, whatever the case may be, your friends at All Care Towing are going to pick you up quicker than anybody else. That's All Care Towing. Again, 320-253-5203 for All Care. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. Of course, Midland Armory will take care of what you need for home defense, self-defense, carry, hunting, sport, whatever you need it for. Midland Armory has you taken care of. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley. Talk to Derek and Tracy today. midlandarmory.com or right there in downtown Foley, Minnesota. It's Midland Armory. And Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Whether it's a Gopher game, a Vikings game, head there during game days for great specials and fun people. It's a great time. The patio, look, they may have closed it down, but we've still got some nice days coming here in October. Enjoy them at Stoney's in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. That's Stoney's on Broadway. Go see Cheetos and say hello. We have, we peaked out in the 600s, near 700 today. Thank you guys so much for your incredible support. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. We got, especially on Rumble, we had our best Rumble month ever last month. The Rumble numbers are going bananas at this point. So thank you guys so much. But YouTube as well. We brought back our YouTube chatters. They're a lot of fun. I did notice, though, once I went back into the YouTube chat, a lot of the people who like to talk a lot of shit kind of ran and hid. I don't know. I mean, they wanted to talk a lot of shit, but then I came back and I'm like, I'm here, let's play. And they ran away from the big bad toe. I'll be honest, it hurt my feelings because I don't want to be feared. I want to be loved. I want to be loved. So hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. Wally World with $2 says, I hear Splorn fits really well into pockets. Well, mine are full of mashed potatoes. So there's nothing I can do about
room.
that. Yeah, sorry, Wally World.
You can't spare some room for Splorn.
I can't. I have no room for Splorn in my world. Wally World is now at 27. That puts him in 4th, and that puts Atomic Ray in the cuck chair at 25. Captain Joe sitting right on the outside with his 20. Again, thank you guys very much. 175 away from Thursday. And 78 memberships away from 600 on Rumble. Thanks for your hospitality. This is great. There's a few twists in this story. A video went viral on X last week. It was a guy bragging about taking his wife's last name when they got married. This is something that a lot of people look at as kind of anti-masculine. They see it as you're kind of a bitch, you're kind of a pussy. And I will say, this is a little old school of me, but I agree. I believe you should be taking the man's name, just tradition, whatever.
I don't think it's that big a deal, but I do think there's, if you're gonna go against the grain, you should have a decent reason.
Well, do you know why iDubbbz took his wife's name?
Why?
Because she said that his last name sounded like somebody who would storm the Capitol on January 6th, so they should take her Muzzy last name.
It's kind of a bitch reason.
I can't remember what his name was. It was like Stockdale or something, or Stackhouse or some shit. It was fine. I mean, it was a fine name, Strickland something. There was nothing wrong with his last name, but she cracked the whip and he said yes. And that's my thing with the guy taking the girl's name. Is it's not necessarily what name you choose to take. It's the attitude and the vibe with which it was done. It's always just such a bitch it was clearly her idea and I'm just going along to get along vibe. It's just the vibe about it is so pussy.
Can we at least agree, no matter what our viewpoints are, that we're both on the same page of people who hyphenate are
the hyphenated people have to go. I mean, either go
like
full,
fucking pick a lane,
go full bitch and take her name,
right?
Or be a man.
Keep yours.
Yeah, exactly.
Hyphenated or she takes
names.
yours. Fucking. Or you each keep your own fucking name, and you just go when you meet people. Go, hi, we're fucked up and weird. Like, it will understand.
Carlin addressed this one too. He said, "Hi, my name is Emily Jericho Fortescue. Hi, my name is George Jerk Me Off. Fuck you too." He says, hyphenating your name, feminists think it's a radical act. It's not. Castrating a man in a parking lot with a Coke bottle is a radical act. Hyphenating your name is pretentious bullshit. Again, that bit from Back in Town, which to my opinion is the greatest Carlin special of all time. Real quick, text coming in before we get to this. If you want a fun race to follow next year, the former Auburn football coach Tommy Tuberville is running for governor of Alabama and will probably win. Wasn't Tuberville like a congressman or a senator too? He's done some shit. All right, let's go to the man taking the woman's last name. Now, we're going to watch the video first. There is an M. Night Shyamalan twist to this story.
See if you can find it.
Did you do it? Did you do it? Did you do it?
Yes,
Did you do it?
I am officially Mr. Mueller.
Hey.
So I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, Aaron, that's a gay guy.
He dances like you do, Imholt.
You're thinking that's a gay dude. Well, you're close.
Hey. Oh. Hey. Oh. We're the fucking Muellers, bitch.
We're the Muellers, like the movie We're the Millers. We're the Muellers.
Yeah, we're the Muellers.
These I would hate to sit next to these people at a game or a bar. I would hate to talk to these people in public, in small talk. These people are hiding a darkness within them.
Oh, don't worry, we're about to find out.
These two people who behave like this are hiding such a sinister darkness. I cannot tell you. You know, when you see people and people go, oh, they're so nice, they're so bubbly and outgoing. They are harboring a dark passenger. There's a
Dexter.
There's a dishonesty about this kind of vibe, this energy. There's a very dark dishonesty about it.
And that's why he always walked up and said, surprise, motherfucker.
Naturally.
All right, so that just looks like a usual cucked out gay couple,
Beta male
right?
dude doing what his lady wants.
Yeah, people on Twitter saying, well, I've detected exactly zero testosterone in this guy and blah, 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 blah. And people start, kind of shitting on him. Also, a great point. He didn't take her last name.
No.
Do you know whose last name he took?
Her dad's.
Her dad's last name. So the next time you think, oh, I made a guy take my last name. You didn't. You made a guy take the name your dad made your mom take. You outsourced your oppression to another generation is what you did. You are the lost tribe of Shabazz. If you want to make him take your name or end the patriarchal control, you got to be X, right? You got to go the Nation of Islam route.
Yeah, you got to change, I guess, come up with your own name, I guess. Or I suppose if you really, really want to reclaim the matriarchy or whatever you want to fucking call it, I guess you'd have to take your mom's maiden name. But even then, you're only taking your great grandpa's last name.
So, Johnny, a lot of people were saying that they detected zero testosterone.
Yeah.
In the husband.
I mean, that's one clip. He had facial hair.
What do you think the twist is going to be?
Oh, I know what the twist is.
You know what the twist is?
Yeah.
We got a couple clips we got to play yet. Here's the husband. Just be yourself. Well, I did, and now they're trying to classify me as a domestic terrorist. That's interesting. What group could he belong to that he feels that Donald Trump is trying to classify him as a domestic terrorist. I mean, this is just a good progressive boy who took his wife's last name.
I mean, I'm going to say this, like, I may not agree with it, but I mean, if you're getting classified as a terrorist, that's pretty alpha male, bro.
That's
You're
pretty
doing some
badass.
shit.
Yeah, it's pretty badass to be a terrorist. I mean, that's a pretty hardcore thing to be.
I've got 2 tickets to Iron Maiden, baby. Come with
So you're doing drugs?
That's weird. Is he doing heroin? I don't understand what that meant. Maybe there's more to this story as to why that man was taking a syringe and saying he wanted to just be himself, and the government's classifying him as a domestic terrorist. What would that have to do with taking a needle out? Well, you guessed it. That is a trans man. That's so.
The sparse beard didn't tell you.
Hey, my husband actually took my last name. No, that's actually none of that is true. That is not your husband. You are a couple of lesbians who got married, and you guys decided to take your father's name.
One of you was giving up the other ones. Like one of you was going to bitch out and take the other person's name. Cool. It was him.
Guess what? No matter who took whose name, nobody, here's the good news, ladies. Nobody was going to be taking their husband's name. No matter what. The 2 lesbians got married, and the one who cut off her breasts and took the last name of the more feminine-looking one is a performative virtue signal to smash the patriarchy.
Again, like I feel like you guys don't realize you're literally the argument against yourselves. Just going out with this, like, we're smashing the patriarchy. You're not part of it, actually.
I don't, guys, calm down with all of the, how do we get our country back? I don't think you can come back from that. I don't think there's getting people back from this. Like, how are you going to pull that thing back from the brink? That's gone. Like, whatever that is, it's gone, and it's not coming back.
And it's very happy to be who it is. So God bless him. I just feel like you guys could have done the world a favor, kept this to yourselves. Like, good for you. You've shown the patriarchy a thing or two. It took one of you pretending to be a dude to do it.
Reformed Rapscallion says, you guys are at each other's throats. Meanwhile, Aaron is as smug and gay as ever. Priorities. Yeah, I've pissed off a lot of people apparently in the last week because I'm not falling apart and crying. Look, guys, I am worried about some shit over these 8 days, however they have to get served. I'm worried I'm going to drink too much Dr. Pepper. I kind of feel like I'm going to Forrest Gump it a little bit. I'm worried that I'm going to have a full intention of like doing sit-ups and, planks and push-ups and all this stuff. I'm probably not.
Really? You don't think you're going to, like, what else are you going to do?
I really want, well, here's the deal. They give you tablets. And if you have money on the tablets, you can text, you can call, you can play games, you can watch movies.
Are you on what are you in AA? Jesus Christ. I've never been to jail, but I didn't think it was that fun.
As long as you have money on your little canteen account, you can send text messages, phone calls. I mean, they're recorded and checked and documented and shit, obviously. But, like, you can watch movies, you can play games. In the day room, you can watch football and shit. Like, Saturday, I'll watch some college football.
Oh,
it's fucking
yo, boo, I
bananas.
paid a lot of money for this Papa Titty out. Like, Jesus Christ, man, no. You get tablets? Is this even a punishment?
SP was like, because she's kind of nervous and everything, and it's fine. I understand. People are allowed to be nervous. She's like, I'm going to miss you so much, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yeah, me too, obviously.
I'm going to miss me a lot.
But like, she's like, you're going to get to the point, because, like, we were learning some stuff about things. And she was, and she was like, Jesus Christ, it's going to be time for you to get out of there. And you're going to be like, oh, man, I'm going to miss my friends. Well, we were talking about it yesterday, how, like, if you're really funny, people really like you. And I'm like, I'm gonna have like gangsters knocking on my door when I get out, going, "Yo, my boy says you all right. I just want you to know, anybody gives you any shit, I got your back." It's like I don't need this. I didn't like it's gonna be Saul Goodman, like, yeah, you friend to the cartel. It's, I don't need to be friend of the car. That's not necessary. I appreciate. Don't get me wrong.
All of a sudden, one day, out of the blue, two people in suits are going to show up with a dead body in the back, and you're going to be like, "Hey, look at that front fucking sign. Does it say?"
Aaron is going to Fed post in prison. Yeah, Coltrane says the only nice thing about doing 8 in a row is you only miss out on the kids for 1 weekend. If they go, you have to do a straight through schedule instead of a weekend schedule. I'm gonna do a Wednesday to Thursday thing.
There you go.
Check in on a Thursday, or check out on Wednesday. Solomon Grundy, go in on a Wednesday, come out on a Thursday, as it were, versus doing just 4 weekends. Yeah, I don't know.
Not a choice.
Aaron, you should definitely get a prison tattoo. I'll work on that. Veldrain with $1 says the trans man took her last name, but at a 72% divorce rate, I'm guessing not very long. Also, you know what else lesbian marriages are famous for?
What?
I want to see if anyone in the chat gets it. I do want to read some of their jail chats, though. 09 Canyon says, I'll look up Aaron on JPay. I won't put anything on his books, but I'll look for him. Okay. That never happens. He'll gain 20 pounds in jail. Don't get married in prison. No more marriages. I don't want to have anal.
Well, if
Aaron
you meet
says,
the one, though.
Aaron says loudly from the shower. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Oh, holy shit. The chat is going crazy. They know. You know what's really big in lesbian marriages?
What?
Domestic abuse.
What?
Yeah, it's like number one.
I've never heard this before.
God, nobody abuses their partners more than lesbian marriages. It's the number one.
All right, well, now I have some weird kind of like detached, some would say morbid questions. Is it the butch one or is it the
Oh, it's
one?
never the pillow queen who's fucking punching. It's always the mean work on the muffler chick who's going to beat your ass. Every time. I like when we can go back to being a 90s shock jock show and say things like that. Makes me feel free. Ian Undercover says iDubbbz's last name was Washburn. Todd Buttshine is very mad that I called out the fact that once I came back to the chat, all the shit talkers ran and hid. Sorry, Todd Butt. I mean, with names like Todd Buttshine, you'd think you'd have a little more courage. But hey. Benchtop Models says it sounds like a resort. Yo, dog, it's still jail. Like, I think what people who ran jail like the last 30 or 40 years realize is they're like, these guys are all fucking bored. And when they're bored, these are people like the epitome of the idle hands or the devil's workshop. We need to keep these fucking guys busy.
Right.
You know,
that's where they used to have the work programs and stuff.
Right.
And then I don't know. Can you take some classes while you're inside? Like, I don't know, get a like
a woodworking class or something like that. I think that's more of a prison thing. I'm going to county jail.
Okay.
I don't know. That might be. Yeah, I could learn how to make.
So I guess
bird
they'll
baths.
give you a tablet and a Wordle.
I'm gonna play some. They're like, Imholt, your time's up. You're processed. I'm not fucking done with my game. Give me a second. They have to evict me. I have to be evicted from jail.
Prisoner refuses to leave jail. Why is it? He said he's in a very tense round of golf clash, and we will he will have our balls if we interrupt him hitting his balls.
Let's see. Johnny doesn't say yes and. He says no but. Oh, that's a text that came in from your refusal to answer the Bailey J. Buck Angel question.
I'm very, very, again, it's not that I refuse. It's just that everybody wanted a would you either or. And I'm like, you don't understand. There's a very real no there. Because I don't care if those people exist or they like doing whatever they're doing. That's fine. But if I don't want to be part of it, I'm not going to be a party to this.
Whitesnake
I
says,
don't think so.
Whitesnake says, you better come out with a teardrop under your eye. Well, I mean, promises. Another person writing in, have Johnny start the show. You can call in. It's,
I think they mean when you're.
It's cost prohibitive. Well, if I do weekends, we're not going to have to worry about it. We're just Rumble Fridays I'm going to switch for 4 weekends. I'm going to switch Rumble Fridays to Canteen Fridays.
Oh, nice.
And then and then
call it that.
Yeah. Toad Climbs Mountains with $1 says, I would do all 8 together. With 4 weekends, you have to go back in each time and you will dread it more and more each time. Maybe, but my thought process was kind of like each time I'm going to be like one less to do.
Right.
Whereas 8 in a row is 8 days, man. That's for the first 3 or 4, that's going to be tough. And then by 5, you're going to be like, oh, I'm over the hump. Here's 5 and 6. And
plus, if it's just the weekends, you don't have to worry about using the shower. You can push that. You can go in.
Yeah, I can push that and not use the shower. Well, the showers I've seen in the county jail are one-person showers.
Weird. This is nothing the way I would have assumed.
Well, that's somebody who works in that world was sending me messages and said, like, dude, it's not TV in the movies. Like, these guys who are here are either serving time like you are, or they're guys who are awaiting sentencing, and the last thing they want to do is fuck up, and just totally screw up all their shit. So he's like, yeah, it's not. Now, I'm sure prison can be a fucking bastard, but so far.
We're remaking Shawshank Redemption with Aaron M. Holt. There we go.
I still want to see old boy rip on a harmonica, says Zigzag. That's right. You're a harmonica guy.
Not a good one. I have been very, very open in public about I don't have let's brag about it harmonica skills.
Well, do we have any ivermectin updates today?
No, other than the fact that like my muscle spasticity's kind of come back a bit. I've been on it for 8 days. I'm feeling totally fine. My hand feels really firm and strong compared to how it used to. So I've been double checking dosages and things. We're actually thinking about possibly adding like some B12 into the mix to help boost a few things. So
anti-inflammatories.
Oh yeah, we're gonna go for that.
Anti-inflammatories and turmeric and ginger. They're good for the vagina. They're good for inflammation.
I got a pumpkin spice air freshener. Does that help at all?
No, not at all. That has nothing to do with the advice.
Damn it. All right, so I'll go get some turmeric and ginger.
That we're trying to give you. Corn Pop on YouTube says, I'm here to call Rumble gay. Oh, shit. You know what that means. Rumble's got to respond with $2 Rumble rants and gifted memberships. Show Corn Pop that he's indeed the gay one. Corn Pop is the one who is gay. All right, let's do the ASMON Gold thing. I was excited about this one. He kind of triggered Reddit and triggered like the deep bowels of the internet, did ASMON, when he said that 85% of people should have their right to vote taken away. And actually, like, he's not saying it in like a mean way.
No, he's just saying it.
No, he's kind of saying it in like a way where he's like, and they'll thank me for it. Like, he's kind of Thanosing the 85% of people not being allowed to vote anymore. By the way, this made me want to look something up. I was listening to a debate recently because, I'm obsessed with how shitty this misfit patriot guy is.
Mm-hmm.
He's completely retarded. Alex Stein has him on his show to make fun of him because he doesn't know he's being made fun of. He's a tile-laying retard who like simps for Israel all the time online. So people bring him on as like, when Fox News would bring on like a conservative commentator and then the liberal would be a barely literate retard?
Yep.
And they're like, well,
pointing to me while you say that is
no,
interesting.
I was gesturing.
Convenient gesture.
I was gesticulating. Just gesticulating. Alex Stein has Misfit Patriot on, and other people have Misfit Patriot on to kind of go, these are the retards who support Israel still. And he's kind of their straw man, and they just burn him down. Dude, this was so unfair. I watched 2 Misfit Patriot Israel debates. One of them was against Owen Schroyer, That was like watching a puppy be gutted. That was brutal. And then the other one was another InfoWars guy, Harrison Smith. Like, you're debating InfoWars guys on Israel. And this kid is just way out of his depth. So I would like to get Misfit Patriot on the show and do an Israel debate.
Okay.
With the Misfit Patriot. I would love to have him on. And I would also love to have Stu Peters on the show. Those are two. That, Liz Collin from Alpha News, and then there's this guy who constantly simps from Minneapolis on YouTube. I want to have all of them on, so I got to not be lazy. Balls Deep with $5 says zinc and magnesium, potassium helps too. Eat more bananas. Yeah, suck down some bananas.
I love bananas. They're a big part of my diet.
Yeah. Suck down some bananas.
I wish I had some on me. I would have used them for today with the muscle spasticity. Might have helped a little. But, oh well.
By the way, 170 away from Thursday. You guys have killed it today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Keep going. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Whatever platform you're watching on now, share, subscribe, like. We appreciate it. So, this is ASMON Gold talking about how he'd like to take away 85% of people's right to vote. Oh, in one of these debates I was watching, we'll look this up after ASMON. Let's move us up here for this. In the debate I was watching, they said that during the debate to give women the right to vote, that of overwhelming majority, they said like 80% of women didn't want the right to vote. I don't know if that's accurate or not.
I don't believe that.
I have a hard time believing it, but we're going to look it up after this. So here's ASMON Gold talking about what he would do with people's right to vote, and you see if you like this or not.
If I had my way, I would disenfranchise 85% of the population instantly. I would take away their right to vote, and they would be saying after 10 years, 20 years, thank you. Thank you so much for removing this burden from us.
Maybe 85% is a big number, but I don't disagree with him.
I don't disagree with his point. I don't know if I agree with his amount.
I think a lot of people feel guilted into voting. I think they feel like they're forced to have an opinion that for 3 years and 364 days they don't give a shit about. But they feel like they have to go and have an opinion on that one day, and that kind of fucks over the people who have done their homework, liberal or conservative.
I feel like if we made voting a national holiday, that would help some of those issues too. But I don't completely disagree with this either. The question is though,
I don't follow. What do you like? How would making it a national holiday help?
Like you don't have to work, you don't have to do anything. All you have to do is vote. Like you have the day to do your research, to figure out who you support. If you're one of those last minute prep right before the test people, you have the time to do all that. The idea too that like we're voting, but we got to go in and get it and work it into our schedule of our everyday life and then just move on with it is fine, except then that's where you get the argument, well, I want to be able to mail in my ballot because I can't get to the voting office in time. Like, all right, but if we gave you specifically the day to do this as your civic duty, I feel like that would help. That wouldn't be a solution to this, but it'd be at least something.
Maybe. You're a lot nicer.
It depends on what his criteria for that 15% that do vote are.
You're a lot nicer than me because I would rather just straight up take the right away. My thing has always been testing. I like the idea of testing for voting. Like if you know, I think there should be two ballots. There should be a state ballot and a federal ballot. On the federal ballot, you need to know your 2 senators, your congressperson, and you need to be able to name at least 4 Supreme Court justices. And then you can vote. President and vice president also, obviously. For state, you should be able to name your governor, your senator, and your legislator. And if you can name those, you can vote in a state election. Otherwise, no. I don't think you should be allowed to. I think it should be knowledge-based. I
agree with that.
I don't think you should have to tell whether you're a liberal or a conservative or a libertarian or anything like that. Just if you know, there's nothing wrong inherently with having those opinions. As long as you know your shit, I'm fine. Like I told you that I've been watching Sam Cedar lately because he makes fun of a lot of a lot of grifting righties. And Sam Cedar, while I don't agree with all of his conclusions, Sam Cedar is a well-read guy who knows shit. He just feels a different way about some things. I think the main problem I have with Sam is he really believes in the government in terms of efficiency, and I just don't.
After what we did with Doge, I don't know how anyone could.
Right.
Like, we had a chance to be somewhat efficient. We kicked that out the fucking window.
Yeah.
What's, again, my curiosity is what's ASMON Gold's
well, here we
criteria for the 15?
85%, he says, are gone.
We no longer have to worry about this. We don't have to deal with this anymore. You're just going to have the people that are in charge deal with the issues about getting rid of the bottom 2%? Absolutely, yes. And so that's it. That's what I would do. There are too many dumb people out there. And back in the day, we used to have presidents like Thomas Jefferson. And now we have presidents like George W. Bush. Nope. Not anymore.
He won't, dude. Here's one thing I'll say. Because a lot of his fans are Trump guys, he won't say that it's embarrassing that we got to a point where Donald Trump had to be our president. It is embarrassing.
That's a true statement, though.
He's not the smartest guy. He's not the best guy.
But the fact that he's the best option is a bad thing.
That's a statement against us.
That's a path towards President Mountain Dew Camacho.
Yes, it is a step towards Mountain Dew Camacho, 100%. However, what are the standards going to be? I think property owning is a big one. I think you should have to own property. I also think you have to pay more in taxes than you receive in benefits in order to vote, because otherwise,
I'm fine with that. If you're on the T, you don't get. And I know people are like, Johnny, yeah, I'm actually saying with this, well, actually, I'm 50-50, but so it'd be weird either way. But yeah, I'm saying, yeah, no, I shouldn't get to vote then if I'm on all these benefits and assistance. I shouldn't be like, and this is how our money and tax dollars should be spent. Like, motherfucker, you're one of the things we spend on.
Right.
I completely believe in that.
Yeah.
How close Kamala Harris came to winning the presidency, and then tell me that democracy is a good idea. Oh, we got to do something about this quick. Things are going to get real bad.
You know what? I kind of, and I lump myself into this category too. There's a lot of arrogance about the whole not as many people should be voting thing, because we all assume that we'll be one of the 15%. We can't all be part of the 15%.
No, I'm assuming I'm one of the 85.
Because, like,
but then again, it won't bother me that much.
Federally, I could pass my test. I don't think I'd be allowed to vote in state elections. Because Tim Walz, Peggy Flanagan, I know that. I can't remember who my senator and legislator are.
I have no idea.
It's not Dan Wolgamott anymore. It's not Tama Tice anymore. I don't even know what district I live in.
But that's the thing. Like, I've gotten so black-pilled to this whole thing, too. I feel like, well, what does it matter which one we pick? It's going to go. It doesn't matter whether it's left-leaning or right-leaning. There's a destination in mind. And everyone thinks that, well, I'm pushing my side, so the arrow's over here. No, we're pushing our side, so the arrow's over here. It's like, right, but we're heading over there. So all this is a serpentine pattern to the hellscape that we're still approaching.
Oh, yeah. And, yeah, they're dumbass, but disagree. I tell you that is, and the thing is that, guys, clip it. I'm ahead of the curve. I'm just ahead of the curve. This is going to be a bigger conversation every year. It's going to be a bigger conversation, a bigger issue. And so, too fucking close. Yeah, way too close. And so, just...
I don't think it's going to be a bigger issue because I think both sides kind of rely on dumb voters.
Yeah. That's how they get their little pushes. They say slogans that help them win over the dumb voters. Kamala Harris is for they, them. Donald Trump is for you.
Yeah. Let's ban the biggest welfare recipients in the country. So let's ban the top 5% and the bottom 5% from voting. Because those are your biggest welfare recipients.
So Chicago...
I mean... I was going to say Elon, but he's not an American. But like Bill Gates can't vote. He receives way too much welfare. People on food stamps and all that stuff, you can't vote. You're on the dole.
Wait up. How will people move up? Well, I don't know. It doesn't matter. It's not about that. It's about making sure that the government isn't run by retards.
I mean,
he's got a point.
That would be nice. But in order to do that, you have to administer a test.
Right. But the other problem is these are the best people we can put forward. It's not like better options are out there.
In terms of candidates?
Yeah.
No, you'll have better candidates because you'll have only smarter people voting. So you'll get people that don't usually make it. Like, who's to say, and I'm just going to throw out a name, who's to say back in the early 2000s, Dennis Kucinich wasn't the smartest guy running, but he only got 1% because he looked like an elf. Who's to say Ron Paul wasn't the best guy in 2012, but stupid people heard him say that we kind of brought 9/11 on ourselves. We were, I didn't love America.
Actually, you've kind of swayed me here because I do think like that would have been.
That's what
probably a much better choice.
That's what I'm axing.
I don't think we should have been attacked by any means, but if you don't understand that we had things to do with leading up to it, like.
Oh, God, yeah. If you don't think we gave people all the motivation in the world to attack us on September 11th, now, then there's what happened on 9/11. Were we really attacked by Muslims who came from a cave and all of that? I think they had help from people who are maybe a little more closely aligned with us. And
I always said that goddamn flight simulator was way too realistic.
And the people who knew about it didn't throw us a warning.
That's awfully nice of them. Thank God we don't call them our friends, right? We don't do that.
Oh, I wasn't even talking about them. Well, them too, but I also mean like our intelligence services.
Oh, yeah, it was
the
same difference.
Corn Pop says, "Hey, I got blocked again on YouTube." No, you did. I didn't block you. No, I didn't block. Corn Pop, you're not blocked. You're fine. You're good. Nobody blocked you, buddy.
You're good, buddy.
Are you hiding yourself again? God damn it. He says 65% of women don't want to vote. No, the debate I was watching, they said 85 or 90% of women during the suffrage days didn't want the right to vote. And I'm having a hard time buying
I'm having a hard time believing it's that high. I'd see more like 60 to 70 being like, well, I'd just rather let the husband handle it.
Well, now we're just pulling numbers out of our asshole.
Yeah, but it's a number I feel comfortable
with. Okay, you feel comfortable. It's a comfortable number to pull out of your asshole. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Beat, for gifting a membership to Butt Cheese. I love this show. 165 away from Thursday's goal. Guys, keep this fucking vibe going. This is ridiculous. Stay ahead. Stay ahead. Today's been better than I ever thought it could be. The Rumble numbers especially have been out of this world. Thank you very much. We hit 400 over on the Rumble end today. We hit over 700 total at a time for the show. So thank you guys very much. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. 165 from Thursday and 77 away from 600. The evening show people are going to be pissed if I don't put their goal money towards their goal.
Yeah, I think you're going to have to.
Yeah, I'm going to have to. So that's ASMON Gold's take on the 85% thing. I want to see this number.
I just wanted to know what he thought the qualifications would be. Because, I don't disagree with his idea at all. So how do you become one of the 15? Like, all right, obviously he doesn't want dumb people voting. So is it just a straight intelligence test or?
That's
weird.
It is not possible to state what percentage of women were for voting during the suffrage movement, as reliable historical data on public opinion not available. The public record does show, however, that women were active on both sides of the issue. A significant number of women actively organized and campaigned against suffrage. We call those the good guys. Widespread opposition, anti-suffrage views were common among both men and women during the late 19th and early 20th centuries. More American women joined anti-suffrage groups than suffrage groups prior to 1916.
You know what it was? It was the politicians who wanted the suffrage thing because they wanted the votes.
Actually, there's a theory that the politicians wanted women to vote so they could, because they thought they would vote the way their husbands told them, and they wanted to offset the black vote. Democrats wanted women's suffrage because they didn't want black people.
If that's true, then the funniest part about the The political party has always been, we fight against racism. And they're like, right, but you guys are the ones that have done the most like underhanded racist shit of all time. It's really weird that you point, those guys are horrible white supremacists. Like, yeah, I don't know. Have you seen the way you behave?
Well, they also, I mean, there's tax arguments. There's all kinds of arguments as to why. It's never like anytime the government does something, they go, we just want to give people rights. That's how you know it reeks of bullshit. Because
look at these golden handcuffs. Aren't they nice?
Yeah.
Put them on.
Tridio with $5 says putting women in the Voting Rights Act was actually meant to be the poison pill to keep Congress from passing it, but it blew up in the Democrats' faces. Veldrain with $1 says the reason women didn't want the right to vote was due to involuntarily being signed up for military conscription. Yes, they would have had to sign up for the draft and social services and all of that. So there's a lot of stuff. Rational Redhead says, no, it is true. Most women didn't want to vote. Most of the anti-suffrage people were women. I need to know how Carrie Nations felt about the whole thing. More American women joined anti-suffrage groups than suffrage associations prior to 1916. Organizations such as the National Association Opposed to Women's Suffrage, led by Josephine Dodge, distributed publications and organized events. The NAOWS claimed as many as 350,000 members by 1919, which I also have to say was a great year for root beer.
I do like 1919 root beer. It's pretty good.
Who doesn't? I do try to make some controversial statements on this program.
Once in a while.
Anti-suffragists, who were often conservative, middle class, and Protestant, believed women's place was in the home. Well, those Protestants can do a couple things, right? They argued that most women did not want the vote and that political responsibilities would be a burden that interfered with their domestic duties.
Those were the days.
But I'm the bad guy. Turnout after 1920. After the 19th Amendment was ratified in 1920, female voter turnout was initially low, with women voting at a rate of 35 to 45% in the 1920 presidential election, compared with 68% of men. This low turnout may have been partially due to inexperience with voting. Because the gals couldn't figure out how to make the mark next to their candidate. It was too complicated. As well as the persistent belief it was inappropriate for women to vote. Voter turnout among newly enfranchised women varied by state, with some states seeing very low numbers and others seeing much higher participation. I just want to Google one thing off screen. I just want to see something. Women played a significant and multifaceted role in the women's suffrage movement, providing leadership, activism, and crucial support, particularly in urban centers like New York. Key figures such as were instrumental in organizing and advocating for women's right to vote.
Interesting.
You don't know what I searched.
Yeah, I do.
So they were active in that one too.
What a coincidence. You doing all right there, buddy?
I just Google. I just don't like it when I Google things. That's all. I just don't like Googling things.
Women's suffrage, early life history. God damn it.
That's not, well, it's not totally what I did. It's not 100% what I tried to do. Hey, I tell you what, I'm going to pee real quick. Thank you, Silverwolf, for $2. Maybe, you know what, we might go into this because we're done with the women's suffrage thing unless this is a clip on women's suffrage. It's a good time for me to empty the bladder. We got about an hour left in today's show. Numbers have been good, but MN Gal did write, you need a goal to keep you motivated. I have not thought poorly of today's show at all.
I thought it was going pretty well, actually, yeah.
The only dicey part we had is you really didn't want to fucking talk about
I don't like people wanting to push me into sexual situations, even as just scenarios.
It's
that
homophobic.
I don't, like, okay.
Like, you came off as kind of a homophobe.
Dude, like, what if I suddenly change the people in the situation to something you view as morally objectionable?
Go ahead.
So
Bari Weiss or who?
Again, it could this and or thing, like saying that you're not allowed to say no. I don't like that as a slope.
You don't. You don't have to really fuck them.
No, it's not about having to really do it. It's about literally being like, I'm not okay with that as a person. Me doing that, I'm not okay with it. So the answer is no.
I'm not okay with doing it either. But the person said one or the other.
Yeah, that means nothing.
Oh. Papa Shop says anybody who would willingly have sex with Bailey J should be stripped of their voting rights.
Now they're just going to hang you out to dry because you answered and I didn't. That's what we're upset.
I'm because you're talking to me with this fun little silly question, the way like a white guy who doesn't want to have sex with black women like reacts to being asked if he'd have sex with a black chick. Like I'm trying to figure out, like, we've done bits for years and it's just a bit, it's not something that you have to stand by. It's just a silly, like, you could just answer it and be done. I don't get it. Like, I'm trying to understand.
I just don't, I'm not interested in the entire premise of the question. It's just, I don't care. And I said no. Because again, I don't care, and I said no, and I just kept getting pressed on that. That's where the emotion and the anger came. We kept again. As I said,
I honestly, until you just said that, I thought the anger was a bit. I swear to God, I thought you were getting mad as like a bit. I didn't know that question actually fucked you up that bad.
I'm having a very difficult morning, so it's not even entirely the show or the questions, but it's also, I don't like when someone poses a would you and or. Like, you could put anyone's name in there, and then I suppose we have to answer it because you said, A or B. Well, what if B is something I detest, like, say, a person who's underage? I don't want to have to say I have to pick one. Oh, it has to be the one. It has to be this person over here because I disagree with that on every principle. Like, no. That's why no is an answer. Like, oh, no.
Have you come up with a question for me that you think would be detestable to my?
I don't even want to ask it. That's the problem.
Go ahead.
It's again like in my I don't want to. I don't want to ask that question. It's gross in and of itself.
To me,
like,
you don't want to ask it to me.
No, just asking the question in general. Like I said, in my mind, like if you're just going, oh well, it's name or name, and it's like I don't have any names at the ready, but like it's just no, I'm not okay with it. Like again, like.
I think you also know that I'm so disgusting that there's no kind of question
I'm
like
looking,
that.
Like, I have a way to prove you wrong, but I know where I have to go to get that, and I don't want to go there. My soul is delicate.
You probably couldn't even, like, I'd probably just throw you an answer, even if it's a bullshit answer.
Right, but it's still, like I said, it's the premise of I said no, and that's not the answer you want.
You've got the Jim Carrey liar thing going on where, like, you can't ask me the question when you know the answer is going to be a lie.
Right.
I get it.
We'll take that.
Like lab glass, right? Oh, here. Let's see. Do you want to see? Let's outsource it to the audience. See if they can ask me a question, and it doesn't have to be sex.
I'm sure they'll be able to ask you plenty of questions.
You guys are making it a sex thing. It doesn't have to be sex. Aaron, Jew or Muslim? Jew. There's some attractive Jew girls out there.
See, I would have said there's a lot of very attractive Muslim ladies.
There are. I'm not saying there aren't attractive Muslim ladies, but I think just the white skin. That see, this is
you get hung up on that, but I mean, some of them it works for them, some against, but a lot of them have that really long angular nose thing, and just like
I'm leaning more Abby Shapiro than Laura Loomer.
Okay,
Scarlett Johansson. Gal Gadot.
Wait, Scarlett Johansson?
You didn't know?
I didn't know about Scarlett Johansson. I knew about Gal Gadot, but...
Oh, Scarlett Johansson's been doing, like, Israeli commercials and shit for years.
Did not know she was...
Your reaction is so surprising to me that now I have to Google it because I'm not sure I'm right anymore. Yeah, I knew that about her. Yeah, Scarlett Johansson, one of the most beautiful women to me of all time is a Jewish lady. I'm tired of this anti-Semitism accusations because I think Zionism and Israel are evil. That doesn't mean I don't like Jewish people. Scarlett Johansson is the most beautiful.
In Israel really like that that defense. They want to cover their ass.
No, I understand they like to play victim, but fuck you. Don't tread on me. Not you. Plankton with $1 says Johnny is far too sensitive for this stuff. Cry baby. Well, see, that creates a fun bit for us though too. So it actually contributes in a weird way. Hulkamash with $1 says this question is to Johnny. To Johnny is like saying Aaron, a 15 or a 16-year-old. Ooh, that's a good point. Yeah, that one I wouldn't want to answer. But who would want to answer that one?
Again, I don't want to answer that. I don't want, like, my answer is no.
Right. Okay, that
just
one.
all it was.
If you're asking me that kind of a question, yeah, I'll say anything that has to do with underage or kids. Yeah, I wouldn't answer that one.
My line is a little further up than that.
They're both terrible, evil things to do. However, there is there's no right answer, but there's a slightly less wrong answer to that question.
I just feel the same thing with that being just, they're both gross. It's gross.
$2 from the cleaner says, it's a joke, bro, you fag. It's like fuck, marry, kill, but they all have herpes. Fucking retard. They all have herpes. I'm going to like some of these questions. If you guys want to throw some money in with these questions, you know me, I'm a greedy fuck too. I'll take the super chats and the rumble rants for the questions. Tim Finman says, I 100% respect Johnny's stance on this.
Some people will agree with you, some people won't. It's the internet. Hell, I've been accused of punching a cat for limp-wristed throwing a roll of tape already, so I'm not really worried about it.
Well, it's kind of the Mean Girls thing. Like, half the people are mad at you because they think you punched a cat. I'm mad at you because I don't think you did. Yeah.
Nobody's fucking happy.
Right.
I threw something to distract him. That's literally it. I threw something in his line of sight, so he went, whoa, what's that?
Skousko says, Aaron, Somalia or Muslim? That's the same thing, but I'd go with a Muslim outside of that area. I'd probably go with like a Lebanese kind of Mediterranean.
I'm not
Muslim.
saying this to be insensitive, but a lot of the Somalian culture is inbred. So I'd aim outside of that.
If you're just going to fucking swing for the fences there. Sure, yes. You're correct. Veldrain says, Aaron, Mary Kate or Ashley Olsen? Can I pick Elizabeth? Can I pick the other Olsen sister? All right.
Elizabeth's the one with the really bendy thumbs.
She's the Scarlet Witch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's got like a whole bunch of extra cartilage in her thumbs. She can like bend them back to her wrist.
That's not going to help me at all. In fact, I'm going to lose a thumb war. She's going to be like Floyd Mayweather. She'll be dodging the whole time. Her thumb is the Philly shell of thumb wars. Fucking sick. If Aaron's live streamed from jail, he would likely get mad subs. Well, I mean, I don't think they're going to let you do it.
I don't think they do. Otherwise, there'd be a whole bunch of people that live stream from jail.
Jim Sharkey says Johnny and Karmic should do a team up show. Current working title, The Crying Game. Oh, I think Karmic would cry way before Johnny. Karmic's a crier. He likes to
I just
cry.
get emotional once in a while. I have a lot of pent up rage. The whole MS thing. Didn't you need to use a restroom?
Yeah, I'm really putting it off here
because I'm getting close to having to do that myself. So you may want to go.
I like this. No, I like this question. I like this. Okay. I like where we're going right now. $1 from Answer the Question, gay F word or cripple? Oh, wow. Cripple, but I wouldn't feel good about it. $1 from Onawall says, what if one is a day from 16 and the other is a day over? Yeah, there's not much of a difference there. That's still a 16-year-old. It's still
kind of gross.
Really fucking creepy. Landers says, suck and fuck, Howard Stern or Joe Biden? Oh, Jesus.
Again, no. That's just as easy for me. No.
I have a new rule. I have to answer if you contribute $5 or more. I can choose to pass if it's for free. That's the new rule on these.
I still feel you could have the rules on your show, but I feel like
that
no is a
question
very valid
was
option.
so fucked up it made me change the rules. If it's $5 or over, I gotta answer. If it's anything else,
Oh, come on. You have to go with Howard Stern. He's the germaphobe. He'll be the cleanest.
Tridio with $2 says Johnny and Karmic. That show has no legs. Oh, I saw, I love Misery Loves Clips. I like that guy.
Mm-hmm.
I saw like the saddest thing from Mersh the other day. I was watching a Mersh Karmic clip where Karmic was kind of losing his mind. but Mersh was in his drunken delusion land. I felt so bad because like apparently he was trying to get my attention. And this was like 4 weeks ago.
Okay.
And it didn't work. And so it's basically was him tricking himself.
Oh.
He was trying to convince himself that if he made $1,000, I would somehow cry. Like in the clip, he's like, "Oh, we're really close to $1,000 because we're trying to make Aaron cry." And I'm like, I mean, I've made $1,000 quite a few times. It's nice.
It's nice.
I understand the happiness of that feeling. That's really great. To the Chad Zumach, Aaron Imholt, Misery Loves Company episode, I got $1,000 for that. I mean, it's, you know,
it's fun.
It's really nice. My Rumble Creator program payout was more than that. I mean, that's really nice. But he had this idea that somehow I was paying attention to him and that I would cry if he got $1,000. And I was like, oh, no, there's nothing worse than wanting someone's attention and then finding out that they had no idea about it until a month later.
You did this to me. I didn't even know you exist.
I wasn't even paying attention to you. But it's kind of the elevator, the Mad Men, I don't think about you at all. But then there's also the added sadness of if you're an audience member of his, like how low IQ are you that worked on you? Like you actually thought that was happening. Like I'm contributing this money because I think Aaron will first give a shit and two cry while neither are true. And then not only that, but it's once again, you also now self-own. It's a bit of a cell phone because now Mersh also finding out I can't like proving my point that you can't make any money without me. If you ain't got me, you can't draw a dime. Your car gets repossessed, which is a fact. If you don't have me, your vehicle gets repossessed and you can't cover your bets. And then what does he do to like do an own? He admits it openly while drinking heavily. And then not only that, the cell phone he had to do turned out to not even be true. So I will say this. Keep that man in his Section 8 housing. Keep him paying his car note. Do not let that man go destitute. I don't want him to be someone else's problem. If I'm his sugar daddy who has to keep him afloat, then please think that I'm sobbing uncontrollably. I promise you I won't be, but I just want to help people.
You can think that.
I'm a charitable guy who wants to help people. Nova with a good point. He says the cell phone is that cowboy shirt. Yeah. Little bit.
It was an interesting choice.
The cleaner with $2 says suck or fuck Johnny or Johnny's cat. Well, it's not or, it's suck or fuck. You got to pick one of each. That one's $2. I can say no. Veldrain with $1 says Aaron, post-op trans woman or pre-op trans man? Wow. God damn, man. So the trans man has a vagina, but is trying to be a dude and is just kind of a mess, right?
Mm-hmm.
Post-op trans woman. So it's got one of those weird vaginas, but it's got tits and looks like a lady. There is no not gay way to answer this, right?
Nope.
Even though it's not $5, I don't want to make a habit of denying every $1 question. I'm going to say post-op trans woman, knowing that that's kind of gay.
All right, then you go with that. I can't do either. I know I literally can't. My body would not be cooperative.
Crowder Wears Panties says see Sam Mersh. Yeah, that's a rough one too. That's a rough one. Chevy fan I lost it. Chevy fan had a good one. He says dress shirt and gym shorts. I'm betting. Well, I wanted to drive my lady wild before she left this morning, so I went gray sweatpants instead. So you're not too far off, but you're a little off. Ryobi, I am not connected to the thing here. Hold on a second. Ryobi, you just got to give me a second. Oh, I'm a fucking doofus. There we go. Hold on. Roadcaster. He's going to swear at me. He's going to be mean. when I bring him up here. Ryobi, go ahead.
Hey, I liked Johnny better when he was falling asleep on the show instead of being a constant pain in the ass like this arguing about everything. Maybe he needs the rest of the day off. He can come back tomorrow and try it again.
You don't like that he's not answering the Bailey J question?
No, either play along with the show and have a good time, or just fuck off and go home, and we'll see you tomorrow.
But now, if he does fuck off and go home and we see him tomorrow, does he still have to answer the question when he comes back?
I don't know. Is he going to be a pissy pants? It depends if you ask him again. If he's going to be a pissy pants, maybe he needs his weed and less ivermectin. I don't know. But something's obviously changed in him.
I would like to step aside. I would like this to be between Johnny and Ryobi. This is old school steel toe. I like this.
If I fuck off today, I'm not answering it tomorrow. And again, why is it a pissy pants to go, no, those are both stupid and I don't want to answer that. And then when that's a question of oh, hey, well, you need to pick one. No, I don't. I don't have to do that. I can give you an answer. It doesn't have to be the one you want.
Okay. So my response to that is, Aaron, you're the one that cuts him a 1099, not me. He says he's not going to answer it today. He says he's not going to answer it tomorrow. Ball's in your court.
Well, here,
I'll let you finish up.
Let me ask you this, right? No, you're not done yet. I'm enjoying this call thoroughly.
Oh, okay.
Let me ask you a question. I don't think it's fair that you call out my co-host for not answering a question when, meanwhile, you yourself have not answered the question, Buck Angel or Bailey J.
Oh, that's a really hard one.
See?
One is a guy with tits, and the other one is a chick with muscles and tats.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you had to go with one of the two, oh man.
See, Johnny's not as. Go ahead.
No. I would pick the same answer as you. It'd have to be Bailey J. But I certainly wouldn't have shouted it out. Clearly, I didn't shout it out because you thought about it for hours.
You're saying that you and I are not the same, but we're picking the same person.
The end result is the same, but yes, we are definitely not the same person.
You're coming up with the same answer, but you're saying I took a more shameful route to get there.
Shameful? Yeah, you have no shame at all.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
Thank you, Ryobi. I appreciate it. Well, now look, I am considering what Ryobi said, but I think Johnny is well within his rights to not answer the question of Bailey J versus Buck Angel. Johnny is very clearly very transphobic on this issue. And does not want to.
That's what you have to call it. It's just I don't have a problem with trans people. I don't want anything to do with them sexually. And that question is gross to me. It's like oh God.
Will you answer this one? I got an email coming in.
What's this one?
Fucking suck. Goro, Shao Kahn.
Again, those are both gross. I'm not really.
Wow. God
not
damn,
really in
man.
for either. But I mean, I guess you're boned either way. So Goro is going to be fucked by force because he's got 4 arms.
So you're going to fuck Goro and suck off Shao Kahn?
Yeah, because that's pretty much going to be the easiest way. Goro's probably the bigger of the two.
All right, you heard it here first. Johnny wants to fuck Goro. See, that's why you didn't answer the first one.
Right?
Because now I get to say that you want to fuck Goro and you want to suck Shao Kahn's dick.
I'm the dick for not stepping in the trap, excuse me.
Jesus Christ, Johnny, what a fucking buzzkill, another person writes in. Well, that's the price you have to pay for not saying which trans you want to have sex with. Which, again, I cannot reiterate enough. Bailey J.
You're very proud of that.
Ryobi seems to think that somehow his answer is more acceptable than...
It's the same answer.
It's the same answer. He just thought that I was a little too...
Well, it's because it took him longer to think about it.
Yeah, to me, that doesn't matter.
He's just more indecisive.
$1 from Aaron Michael Anderson. Thank you very. But that's not my name. I don't understand the name there. The Aaron. That's not what my name is. I hope that he did. I hope that he's sending that to the right person. Jahar with $1 says, just got here. Did Johnny really punch a cat? You know, Johnny, yep. I don't like this whole you denying that you punched a cat. I like this new you, and I hope it becomes a common theme. I hope you start abusing just cats, not animals. I don't want you to start hitting animals.
You do realize repeatedly on this show you referred to, you know, the upcoming stay you have. I don't know if I want that person going, you know what? I like this new you. It's like, is that a good sign or a bad? I might go to jail. I don't know.
You're not going to go to jail for punching a cat.
No, but I mean, like the endorsement of someone who's going on that side of the line. It's like, okay, so wait a minute. So you think I'm doing great.
Oh, so now really those of us who have been incarcerated are not allowed to redeem ourselves and rehabilitate into society. You know, I understand now. I get it.
No, you're allowed to rehabilitate yourself into society. I'm just saying I don't necessarily want your endorsement of I love these new behaviors I'm seeing from you. This is good stuff. And it's like, well, is that the right guy you want? Like if Benjamin Netanyahu's like, hey, look where your head's at. And you're like, whoa, hold on.
So you're saying that Palestinians are basically just cats?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Right now, they're all using litter boxes.
Well, that's true. They have no plumbing. That's a good point.
Everything's been blown into gravel. So
yeah, that is a very good point. And I mean, they would die for a little piece of cat food. I mean, literally, if they went to get it, they'd be shot by an IDF soldier. They would die over cat food. All right, we're going to do this Michigan church shooting body cam footage. Then we're going to open up the 7 o'clock hour stories after that. I am going to make a pee-pee. And then after that, we will we'll get back down to business here on the show.
Okay. I may be going live at 1 today. I just got a text message that I have to look into. I don't know. I'll update my channel if I'm not going live today. It seems like I might not be. I've got, like I said, I got that text message earlier that I might have to handle some stuff. I got to, take the day off to punch my cat. So we'll maybe, but I'm just going to go ahead now and say no. We won't be live today at 1 because I have that text message to deal with. Sorry if you didn't appreciate my answer, Ryobi. I don't know what else I can give you for that. I do think that it was remarkably quick for him to pick Bailey J, but then again, he's been paying attention to Bailey J for a while, so I feel like this question was asked beforehand for him, and I'm just not comfortable with it. I'm very, very fine with where that is. So now I'm just filling the air for him while he goes to the restroom because I have to use the restroom. And I was like, all right, dude, I told him I have to use the restroom. And I said, I'm going to go pretty soon here. And he's off in the La La Land. And I'm like, all right, 9:45. I'm just going to tell him I got to go use the potty. And then he did it literally like 3 minutes before. Son of a bitch. So now it's a freaking clock on whether or not we can make it with him coming back. He's being gone for a little bit long for him because the bathroom's close by and he's able-bodied. So
that one, I apologize. That one took forever. I was peeing my fucking balls off.
I'd love to discuss it with you, but I've actually kind of been getting to an urgent situation myself. So
oh my God, I have just been making that pee took forever.
Well, mine will probably take longer because I'm a cripple. So.
It's, no, it was not Tron and on. It was not a deuce. I'm going to kill the rumors right now. Johnny, you go to the bathroom. I'm going to kill the rumors right now that I was shitting. That was a piss. It was a long piss. Don't get me wrong, but it was a piss. 100%. $1 from Chevy fan says, Mersh will be interviewing Johnny's cat on Nightwave. We will get to the bottom of this. JR with $1 says, better hope your cat doesn't dime you out, Johnny. Again, dude, I really hope that he sets that cat straight. I would be for it. I am okay with it. I think men who care about what happens to cats are the lowest scum of the earth. I think they're garbage, and I think they need to fucking masculine up a bit. I think it's the microplastics in their balls. I think it's also the amount of soy that they're consuming. And I think it's something that does need to be addressed. All right, let's get into some other shit. You know what? I just realized we only have 45 minutes left in the show. I don't want to do a fucking church shooting body cam footage deal. That's a bummer. I got Mark Sanchez video. I got the ladies from The View because we all love them. I've got subway surfing. I've got Luna. Paulina Luna. I've got her Charlie Kirk conspiracy theory, and Bari Weiss definitely sold her soul to her Jewish gods to get $150 million from CBS. She's being named the new editor-in-chief of CBS News. Why? I don't know. She has a podcast nobody listens to. CBS paid $150 million for it. And now they're naming her the editor-in-chief of their news. This is insane. Like, this is the most conspiratorial thing I can think of. There's no reason. Bari Weiss is not this big of a deal. Tim Dillon has pointed this out numerous times. This is fucking insane that Bari Weiss is getting this job. It reeks to high heaven. I mean, she is. There have been accusations that Bari Weiss is an intelligence asset from Mossad, because she is a massive Zionist and Israel supporter, as much as she's had the former Mossad director on her show before. And she's like, I don't know anything about Mossad. What is this Mossad? We brought you on to talk about it. Like, the worst guy to tell you what Mossad really does is a guy who used to run it. And now she's being named the editor-in-chief of CBS News. She doesn't have any journalistic management experience. She has journalistic experience, don't get me wrong, but not near enough that an editor-in-chief of a major network news department would have. And plus, they gave her $150 million for her outfit, which is called the Free Press, that nobody belongs to. Like, this is what I'm thinking is that all of these major network news departments that have ties to Israel are seeing that young people are fleeing Zionism. And they are siding up with the people of Gaza. And they think that if they buy Bari Weiss, they can buy cool and they can buy young people. I don't know any young people who follow Bari Weiss. I think a lot more young people are following Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes, Candace Owens, people like that. I mean, then there's like, are the Pod Save America guys, maybe they're getting a young audience on the left end of things. I don't know. When you listen to young people on podcasts and shit like that, you don't hear them saying, oh yeah, I'm a big Bari Weiss fan. They're also watching like the Nelk Boys and Aiden Ross and guys like that. Theo Vaughn. Bari Weiss is not like, this is either CBS misjudging what people find cool, or this is some kind of inside secret handshake deal between Bari and CBS. Papa Shab says, can you say foreign asset? I mean, it has to be. It has to be. Reformed Rapscallion says, I don't see anything suspicious about Israel giving her $150 million for a struggling podcast before the CBS job. Right? Nova says, Aaron is delusional. Please tell me how. I don't understand how I'm delusional about this. I think anyone who thinks Bari Weiss got $150 million and the CBS news director job on merit is probably the delusional one. I think that might be a more accurate statement. So the Paramount is buying the Free Press for $150 million, and as part of that, appointing Bari Weiss, the news site's co-founder, as the editor-in-chief of CBS News. She left the New York Times in 2020 after accusing her colleagues of bullying her. Oh, so cry bullying worked. She launched the Common Sense newsletter in 2021, rebranding it as the Free Press 2022, which became a popular news media company. Like, here's my thing. Bari Weiss is one of these liberal Zionists who claimed Trump and claimed conservatism and free speech after she got fired from her gig because I didn't toe the liberal ethos. So I was kicked out. And all those douchey intellectual dark web guys like Dave Rubin bought it hook, line, and sinker. I don't see Bari Weiss being this be-all, end-all. This beacon of journalistic integrity. This stinks to high heaven. I don't think anybody cares enough to like really dig in and find out what's going on. I'm just going to go ahead and assume there's some kind of bullshit going on with this Bari Weiss deal. You guys are an even 150 away from Thursday already. Jesus, thank you so much. Trailer Trash Libertarian with $5 says CPS will be making a visit to Crutch's house later today. Wow, I didn't know.
What?
It's Cat Protection Services.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't think there is one. Very flimsy evidence. That's a punch. You call that well, of course they call that a punch.
Rabbi Smoothie says this is sad. He says 2 weeks ago, Mersh told me to run tell you he made $1,500 before I K'd myself. Jesus. It was pathetic. He only made that money, quote, to piss off Aaron. So who made you the money, Mersh? Well, not only that, but like, I don't care.
You didn't even know about it. So.
I didn't know about it until I watched the Misery Loves Clips video. And I'm like, I know you need the money. Like we've seen you crying.
Right.
We've seen you crying on stream because your vehicle got repossessed. Not that long.
I cried because I spilt water.
No, not.
Oh, you're talking about Mersh.
Talking about Mersh. You and Mersh are the two biggest crybabies there are. I mean, you two.
Yeah, but I have legit reasons, like fucking blood. I have literally calming down an emotional situation where someone thought I opened an artery onto a floor, and then I'm like, oh, excuse me, while I jump back in front of this, you go, no, I didn't try to myself. The water's, and it all got flustered, and I got emotional, and it came out as I spilled my water, and it's red. Like that's what happened.
Whereas Mersh was just a victim of his own financial stupidity.
Right. I mean, I could do that too, but I don't know that I'll necessarily break down as much about it.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm never going to stop a guy from proving my point that he needs me to make any money and that he'd lose his apartment and his car without me. I have no problem helping a guy prove that point. So you are welcome. Thank you, Rabbi Smoothie. I appreciate that. I just get help from the dumbest fucking people. And I'm blessed. I've got a horseshoe up my ass.
You're welcome.
So I can't fit a cock in there in the joint. $1 from Jahar says, just heard about the CPS rumors on YouTube. Scary shit, Johnny. Cat Protection Services does not fuck around.
Again, if they really do show up, they're going to find a very well cared for cat.
God,
he gets treats a lot. He's healthy.
He's
got plenty of
worst.
litter boxes, medication, no
God.
signs of any sort of maltreatment. I'm not too worried about it.
Nothing would piss me off more
than CPS ignoring my cat.
Nothing would upset me more than finding out your cat is totally fine and perfectly healthy.
Oh, he's totally fine, perfectly healthy. He's like 20 years old.
And really, it's mostly, in my opinion, that is the reason I believe you're not punching your cat in the face, because the old fucker probably he couldn't take one. I mean,
I'm a cripple, so it'll take a while, but even still 20 years, by then we could have.
Ryobi is obsessed with you answering this question. He says Johnny is into fisting, I guess. He just calls in punching cats. He chooses Buck Angel, I guess. So he's going to say that you've chosen.
If that's what he needs to do. Again, people are like, it's just a hypothetical. Well, hypothetically, I'd refuse both options. So,
Matthew,
I mean, the idea of like, well, no one's actually making you do it. So that makes answering to one okay, because it's not going to actually happen. Well, if it's a hypothetical situation, hypothetically, if I'm posed with those two options, I take none. I take none.
Matthew Q at $2 says, all right, Aaron, my cat versus your dog. Winner eats the loser. Jesus Christ. Happy October 7th, Aaron. Make sure to leave cookies and milk out for Bari Weiss and Cenk Uygur. Oh, don't leave them out for Cenk. I mean, he'll eat them, but he does not in honor of Israel. Oh, no.
He is not a big fan.
Shuli Madoff with $2 says, keep digging that hole, cat abuser.
Okay.
I mean, there's one guy on this show who has actively said he would have no problem abusing cats, and I get no shit for it. I'm kind of, I'm upset.
I get a little flustered and I try to distract a cat that's like yowling It's like, no offense, it's a blood curdling, you want him to stop yowl, and he's humping a dog, so I throw something in his view, and I'm punching cat.
Thought you were talking about me for a second until you got to the humping the dog part. Then I knew it was me. Let's go to this Paulina Luna, Charlie Kirk conspiracy theory. By the way, you guys are 145 away from Thursday. Thank you so much. And 78 memberships on Rumble away from 600. Let's do the Paulina Luna conspiracy theory. She's actually accusing someone we haven't heard accused of killing Charlie Kirk before.
Okay.
The Chinese.
Why would the Chinese want to kill
I don't know.
Charlie
This makes no sense. And the more I hear Paulina Luna talk, the more I think she's mildly retarded. Because this makes this thing we're about to watch, I don't understand why China would kill.
Because Trump was like, the Trump administration was pushing TikTok to be sold. Like, they pushed the deadline, but TikTok had to sell if it was going to operate in the U.S. They weren't going to leave it.
Thank God Larry Ellison stepped up and bought it.
Right?
God bless Larry Ellison and Oracle.
In another move, totally not of us being beholden to anyone else.
Right.
We insisted that TikTok be sold just so that way a certain someone, thank God that person jumped in to buy it.
When I found out who bought TikTok, I was like, shit, can we give it back to the Chinese?
It's like really like, okay, so it's not going to be any better. It's just going to be a different owner.
At least they're just trying to turn mentally ill white women trans, what do you do? Random Bacon with $5 says, split this with Johnny for his cat legal bills. Yeah, you got to watch out for that shit. All right, let's go to Paulina Luna with the Charlie Kirk stuff. By the way, real quick, lean into that cat thing today on your show, especially if you're making money off of it. That's my tip.
There's been a lot of questions as to whether there was foreign government involvement.
In which one?
In the assassination of Charlie Kirk, right?
Okay.
So, we're going to address...
How sad is that someone has to go, yeah, there was foreign government involvement in that thing, and someone's like, oh, which one?
Which assassination attempt?
Yeah.
Because there's been several.
These theories right now. Back during the ICE riots, do you remember all of that at the beginning of the year?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people were like, where are all of a sudden these big violent riots coming from? Who's funding these organizations?
Not the guy in the upper right of the screen. That ain't who's doing it.
We found out that there was a foreign funding tied to an individual by the name of Neville Singham, who's a multi-billionaire. And he made his billions by working with the communist Chinese government.
Time out. Neville Singham? Neville Roy Singham, American businessman and social activist.
Okay.
Former chairman of ThoughtWorks. I'm guessing Indian descent.
Singham does sound Indian.
He looks like the director of or the Shield guy who was Hydra. The bald.
Oh, you mean that guy? The bald guy?
Yeah, the guy who looks like Ali Velshi. Can't remember who that fucking guy is.
And he would and he's not a registered agent, a foreign agent, which is a FARA violation. So
that would be terrible. Oh my God. Could you imagine that?
What?
If someone working on behalf of a foreign nation was allowed to just give money and not register as a foreign agent?
Yeah, that'd be really fucked up. Thank God we've never allowed that to happen before.
I'm telling you right now, Johnny, it would piss me off to no end. And I think I agree with Paulina Luna. Anybody who's working on behalf of a foreign government should register as a foreign agent, and I'll never ride in a convertible again.
He's taking these millions, funneling it into organizations like the Party of Socialism and Liberation, who then in turn create these very radicalized movements, but they're not even American in theory or funded by American people. They're actually funded by foreign governments. The irony in all this is that Neville Singham, not just to Mandani's election, so like Jews from Mandani, but he actually also has ties to funding the Party of Socialism, the Salt Lake City queer group, which is now being investigated with former knowledge on whether or not they knew Charlie would be assassinated, who had ties to the shooter. So I do think that there's a foreign funding tie, but the question is which government, and I think it's tied to the Chinese.
This feels like sleight of hand to me.
Yeah, when did we get to Chinese? I just
right.
Singham didn't. I don't understand. I understand that Singham isn't any of the other, like, we'll call them usual suspects that we've called out for this Charlie Kirk stuff. But I don't see where Singham goes specifically to Chinese.
It is odd, isn't it?
Interesting.
I mean, like
called the queer what?
Salt Lake City queers.
Salt Lake City queers.
They're being investigated.
It's my favorite basketball team. Tonight,
we're gonna smear the queers.
Tonight, the Utah Jazz take on the Salt Lake City Queers
by the FBI. But if you look,
they're great with balls.
At the organization and where the funding comes from, I mean, not just them. They had ties to groups in Cuba and they are actually calling themselves terrorists. But not just that, they also have ties to the United Nations. So there's this aspect of a very pro-globalist and then a pro-Marxist movement to really sow discord and divide in this country. And that's why I recently posted on my social media, I was like, check out the bot farms that actually exist. And when you see all this shit talking on Twitter, make sure you're not arguing with the bot, because that...
You are. Most of the people you're arguing with online are bots.
Most of them are bots.
This is really interesting. I don't know if she believes this. Remember, this is the same Paulina Luna who's like on Joe Rogan going like, oh yeah, I've seen crazy shit about aliens. Oh, like what? I can't tell you.
Well, then what does it matter?
Paulina Luna. Yeah, Paulina Luna is striking me as kind of like a gossip girl. And this feels like a bit of a misdirection. I mean, of all the millions of words I've heard spoken about the Charlie Kirk assassination, this is the first time I've heard China involved. And what queers, Salt Lake City queers, this Ali Velshi looking motherfucker, Stingham or Needham, Dewey, Cheatham and Howe, or whatever his name is, that guy, through one of his socialist Marxist groups, gave money to the Salt Lake City queers. Tyler Robinson was a supporter of the Salt Lake City queers. So therefore, this guy who made his money working with the Chinese government and is a Marxist gave money to the queers. Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk. He liked the queers. Here's the only problem with that. What if you don't believe Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk?
Oh, then we have a huge problem, because you're tenuously tied to him for your whole theory here.
Yeah. I don't believe that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk. Now let's try again.
I think an arm itch killed Charlie Kirk.
Some rat fuck former IDF guy with an itchy shoulder.
Not like a fake thing. It happens. And so we have to realize that social media is being used to kind of stoke this divide. But in the instance of the shooter, Charlie Kirk was almost like a son to President Trump. Don Jr. will tell you was like...
So much so that Donald Trump set him up with a girl he handpicked to be in a beauty pageant of his to be Charlie's wife.
Weird.
His little brother.
Right.
Very close to J.D. Vance, very close to Kash Patel. So if you think for a second that there will be any amount of resource spared in his investigation, you're wrong.
You're saying these people have souls.
Rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
Yeah, hey, Johnny, they're going to really take this thing to the hilt. You know what we should do? Yeah. We should talk to that George Zinn guy, find out what he... Oh, we can't.
I tell you, we're going to get every piece of... they're going to get every piece of evidence that they can possibly fabricate, find, to point that they were right.
In no way are we going to just completely sweep this under the rug and use this Robinson guy as a patsy and then move on from the Charlie Kirk thing, except when we need to invoke his name in like a debate or something.
Because I know these people, and I've seen the way that this administration has worked towards at least issuing some of the darkest secrets. For example, what happened with CIA and the connection to JFK's assassination.
Really? So the Trump administration is going to turn over everything they know because they have a habit of turning over all these secret things. Like Johnny just said, like the Epstein list.
They turned over some stuff on JFK, heavily redacted. Don't get me wrong, great. But
well, no, it wasn't heavily redacted. Remember, they wanted to redact it, and they wouldn't let them. The CIA wanted to redact all the stuff that said Israel and nuclear.
Oh.
And they didn't allow it.
I've met with the director, but to, I think, really take into account that you have the family that is seeing all this stuff out there right now. I hope that they get every single person involved. I definitely think that it's likely that more than one person knew about what was happening, because the Salt Lake City queer group immediately deleted their page. They're under investigation. There's a foreign funding tie there. For Tyler Robinson to say that Charlie was, hateful and that he just wanted to eliminate his hatefulness, where does that come from, right? Like, if you actually listen to the things that Charlie was saying and you don't clip it, you can realize it was a very logical conversation that he was trying to have. If you don't agree with it, it's still not a reason to murder someone.
I thought Tyler Robinson Rever said he didn't do it. I thought he was professing.
Well, they have those messages.
Oh.
Those text messages that he wrote himself that said he did it.
Right, because it's in his handwriting. It's, you know what? It uses the same emojis he does. How long until that's a thing? Like, we identified the messages by your use of emojis.
Right. I don't know. The Tyler Robinson thing. I don't know. Crowder Wears Panty says, I genuinely thought she was just oh, Jesus Christ. I didn't know we were going racial on the shit. Both sides of the aisle are corrupt, says Peter. This Chinese thing, I mean, these connections are tenuous at best. I'm not buying the China connection.
I don't, other than China lost TikTok in all of this, and apparently Charlie Kirk told Israel, like, hey, you guys, you want to get a hold of TikTok. TikTok is not your friend, and everybody that's on it, which is a lot of people, do not think highly of you. And now they own TikTok. So, like, other than that, but I still wouldn't see China, like, being like, all right, we have to shoot the messenger. Let's kill Charlie Kirk.
This woman is as phony as Megyn Kelly, one person writes in. I don't really consider Megyn Kelly a phony, but
some people have over her reaction with the Charlie Kirk thing.
Really?
Saying she's kind of, well, there's some people that are like, oh, I don't buy this. She's just playing it up for whatever, like the outrage and everything else that she had with it. And I don't know.
I kind of got tired of Candace Owens yesterday. I was listening to her show, and I was like, all right, like, Candace Owens is getting to that point with me where it's either, show your cards or fuck off. She
just keeps playing the tease game, and it's getting old.
She keeps going, oh, what if I have receipts? Well, then fucking show them or don't. Like, it's time to lay down our hand, you know? 145 away from Thursday morning. Thank you. Sergeant Hulka with $2 says, that's my girl. Sergeant Hulka loves Anna Paulina Luna.
Oh, everyone's allowed to have their likes.
Well, no, I'm not saying she's ugly. That's for sure. Hey, let's go from Anna Paulina Luna giving us a little bit of an iffy theory to, let's go to some women who are experts on politics and policy and everything else that we can actually trust and are a good source. I'm speaking, of course, about the women of The View.
Fuck, why was I right?
Because Whoopi Goldberg has a great idea for the Super Bowl.
Okay.
I don't know if you know this about the Super Bowl, but Bad Bunny was asked to do the halftime show at the Super Bowl after Bad Bunny said he's not going to do any touring in the United States because he doesn't want his Latino fans being deported by ICE at the concerts. Okay, that's fine. But he will perform at the Super Bowl. So now the women of The View are worried that there might be some Latinos at the Super Bowl and ICE might be showing up at the Super Bowl to deport him. Now, let me say this. I am pro enforcing our immigration laws. I think it would be a shit dick asshole heel move for ICE to show up at the Super Bowl and deport illegals. And the reason why is very simple. Those tickets cost a fuck ton of money. Let them enjoy the Super Bowl. You know what?
Arrest them when they leave.
Arrest them in the parking lot. Detain them in the parking lot, deport them that way. What better way to get deported? You just spent your night at the Super Bowl. You had a great time. You watched the game between the Vikings and the Colts.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, like the Vikings was a bit much. Then the Colts.
Dude, the Colts are 4-1. The Jags are 4-1. Look the
Since
fuck
when did
out.
the Colts like fucking
Since
knocking it
Danny
out?
Dimes, since Daniel Jones started lighting it the fuck up in Indy.
All right. Well,
Daniel
nice
Jones
for
spent a year studying under Kevin O'Connell here in Minnesota last year, and it did something because he rehabbed him.
Did him wonders.
Now Danny Dimes and Sammy Darnold are putting up numbers, and we're struggling at quarterback. But anyway, it's not the point. It's not the point. The point
is let him enjoy the Super Bowl.
Let the Mexicans and the Guatemalans enjoy the Super Bowl, and then go ahead and punk them out in the parking lot. But don't bust them at the game. Come on. Let's hear. Whoopi Goldberg has some tips. She has some tips on how to avoid deportation. Actually, more not necessarily to avoid deportation at the Super Bowl, but she wants white people and black people to show solidarity to their Latino neighbors by engaging in an act of what I would consider legal subterfuge at the Super Bowl. Are you ready for this big-brained idea from Whoopi?
Yeah.
Anyway, she's threatening
I'm sorry, I meant big-haired idea. I apologize.
to go to the Super Bowl when Bad Bunny is there and round up all these people that are illegal immigrants. Do you think that she would go if it was Garth Brooks or Eminem?
Eminem maybe, because you might have some Mexicanos. at
Yeah,
the
but
Eminem
no,
show.
again, the whole idea is it's the performer that they're going to see is one of, again, a performer that is intriguing to their culture. It's called looking for them where you might find them, ma'am.
This is where Joy Behar, same thing, different skin color. This is where Joy Behar and the ladies of The View are kind of stuck in 2014 because they're like trying to race card the shit out of everything, and we're so past that now. We're on to way bigger gaslighting than just like, oh, it's because of the color of his skin. That's old school liberal bullshit. Because he's a Puerto Rican performer, that means he's gonna. That's why you're gonna do it. Well, Puerto Rico is American. It's not illegal to come here from Puerto Rico. It's totally fine. And also, yes, when somebody has a heavy Latino following, if you're looking for Latinos to deport, you're not going to find a lot of illegals at a Garth Brooks concert.
No offense, ma'am. Bad Bunny was so aware of the probability of this that he opted to not do shows in the U.S.
Right. Yeah, if it was an Eminem concert, what would you do then? I'd be looking for drugs, vast quantities of drugs. That's what I would do.
Purple pills.
Yeah. What would you do at a Garth Brooks concert? Look for bestiality, obviously, and broken hips. I mean, us Garth Brooks fans are starting to get old. I'm one of the young ones. I'm 38.
Or Taylor Swift or any other white person?
Let me understand what you're saying.
Oh, you would get a fuckload of Latinos at a Taylor Swift concert, wouldn't you?
I don't know. She's big with a lot of people. Is she big with the Latinos too? I don't follow
Latino
Taylor
girls?
Swift.
I'm sure you could deport a shitload of illegal Latino girls.
Because she's going to go.
I actually, before we get to Whoopi here, I actually have a better solution. I got an ice cream truck, and I just play La Cucaracha, and I gather them like zombies in The Walking Dead. And that's how then I drive them to an ice checkpoint. Boom.
In an ice cream truck.
In an ice cream truck.
Let me understand what you're saying because she's going to go to the Super Bowl and round up. How's she going to know who's who?
Because
of their skin color.
Because we have facial recognition and IDs, and a lot of these people are undocumented. So when you scan and it comes back with no data, we know to start asking questions.
I mean, honestly, you would think that these women believe that ICE dress up in stormtrooper outfits and like lasso people. I mean, you understand it's like any other legal bust. They go into a place, they detain people, they find the people they're looking for that have broken the law, and they arrest them. It's like any other police operation. They're not going in there on horseback going, yeah, you better run, boy, and then just lassoing Mexicans. That's not how any of this works. In fact, the only problems caused because of ICE deporting illegals is when groups meet them in the street and throw shit at them and impede them. that's when it becomes a problem. Otherwise, it's done like any other raid, any other law enforcement acquisition, if you will. God damn, you would think this was, Vader boarding the rebel starship.
Honestly, the people fighting it do more damage than the people doing it. Because, what was it? The guy that shot at the ICE facility ended up hitting illegal immigrants.
Mm-hmm.
So it's yeah, you're really helping.
The Supreme Court has given permission to question anyone who has a Spanish accent, who has a dark skin.
Yeah. So here's why.
That's not what they...
That's not what they're doing.
That's not what they said. The Supreme Court did not say, if you talk in a Spanish accent or are of Latino descent, we can just, bring you in.
Here's the thing. Everybody.
Yeah.
Get a little cocoa butter, sit in the
right.
sun. That's the first thing.
Okay.
And this is the only time you can probably ever do this, give yourself a Latin accent.
Whoopi, that is...
So being Latino face. So now we're good with racial stereotyping and darkening our skin. And
so long as it throws off the G-man, yeah.
I guess so. I guess we're okay with changing our skin tone now. By the way, retards, the Super Bowl takes place in February. Half the country ain't going to be able to go out in the sun and get a tan.
Yep.
I'm sorry. So wait a minute. I have an idea, Johnny. In the inner city, there's a big problem with people being arrested unfairly for nonviolent drug offenses. And a lot of times the cops will stereotype those people with black skin. So I have an idea on how to fight for our black brothers and sisters.
What's that?
I'm going to darken my skin, and I am going to talk in a stereotypical black accent.
Can you do that during your stay?
Trying to get out of there in one piece, my man. But they see me buying the shoe polish, they're going to go ape shit. I just want to help people, like Whoopi says. Whoopi wants people to go to the Super Bowl. Do you know how fucking racist that's going to get? Just a bunch of white girls dressing up, like darkening their skin and then going, hey, how are you doing? Yeah, like they're all going to try and talk like Rosie Perez in White Men Can't Jump.
Uh-oh.
It's going to be fucking disgusting.
Such a good idea.
And see if she can tell who's who.
I'm telling you, to say that Trump has broken the brains of the women on The View again is an understatement.
I don't think they've ever recovered.
They just got the women of The View to advocate for Latino face. They just... What you got to do, sugar, is you got to darken your skin and then talk in a really offensive, stereotypical accent. Okay? Can I just dress as Cheech Marin and sing Beaners?
If you want to help some of the other people show up before the Super Bowl starts with sombreros and ponchos to hand out. No.
This is a Whoopi. This is a bad idea. Whoopi, I really don't believe that you've given this a lot of thought. I don't think this is going to work out the way. Rabbi Smoothie says, but you also have to grow a creeper mustache. See, look at how racist it's getting already. Chips and Diff says it's Beaner face. See, Whoopi doesn't understand what a terrible idea this is. McBuster says, how does Aaron watch this every day? Mediaite has clips and Twitter has clips. I don't watch The View every day. Let's not get started with that shit.
He just does it at the end of the day with a little bit of a...
don't. Veldrain with $1 says, Taylor Swift fans are between 14 and 16, so lots of pregnant Hispanic teens. This is a lot of 2-for-1s that ICE can't pass up. See, none of this is... I don't think The View understands how little they're helping. Eagle of America says, it's going to rain chips and salsa on everybody, baby. That's again.
That's not helping.
It's not helping. This is not working. This is all falling apart. It's all falling apart. Jelly for the Smelly says, oh yeah, just go there and say, adios mio. That's going to be incredibly disruptive.
If you see ICE... The call-out sign is, aipa, 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 andle.
All of this is just really generating more racism than I think it's intended to fight. We do have some We do have some surveillance video of Mark Sanchez after he was stabbed by the grease trap emptier guy. If you don't remember, Mark Sanchez, former Jets quarterback, got in a confrontation with the guy who was there to collect the grease from the Westin Hotel. Some 69-year-old guy driving a van.
Seemed like he was just minding his own business, supposedly.
Mark Sanchez got in his face about where he was parked, body slammed him into the curb, so the guy shanked the fuck out of Mark Sanchez. Mark Sanchez had to go to the hospital. So did the other guy. Mark Sanchez has officially, by the way, by the prosecutor, been charged.
Okay.
So it's not just him being detained and arrested on charges. He has been formally charged. This is a surveillance footage of Mark Sanchez after the stabbing. You know, it's interesting. There's a lot of surveillance footage around that Orem, Utah campus, yet we only have one grainy piece of footage from across the way of that shooter. And I know they're saying, well, there needs to be a trial and everything else. Well, there needs to be a trial for Mark Sanchez too, but yet we're getting heads up footage of Mark's that's Mark Sanchez walking right towards the camera. Look at how much blood is on his shirt. He is leaking bad.
Ooh.
And also, I think if you're drunk, don't you bleed like a stuck hog? Like, don't you bleed really bad?
Yeah, because it's going to kind of break down.
Well, your blood.
Anyone who drinks a lot has issues with vitamin K retention, which causes deficiency, and vitamin K is pretty prevalent in blood coagulation.
I always heard that if you're drunk, your blood's thinner, too.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that just a really retarded way of saying what you just said?
Yep.
Oh, okay. See, I just didn't get it because I'm dumb. So there he goes, just walking past. Hey, there he is again. What the fuck? Oh my God, he's a shapeshifter and a time traveler. Yeah, old Mark ain't doing so hot. Ooh.
Okay, so we just have this where he's at least upright. The guy he beat the shit out of was not.
Oh, and that guy had a huge slice in his face. It was really bad.
Our first look at Grandpa gave us the impression that he was in more rough shape. Do you think that's what they said when they arrested him or they picked him? He's like, you should see the other guy.
Man, Mark wasn't doing so hot either, though. I wouldn't want to be either one of them.
You're leaking one way or another.
Yeah. So Mark Sanchez has formally been charged on that whole deal, probably for the best, to say the least. Just got fucked up. And my biggest thing about this story is
the MTA released a statement sharing their...
Shut the fuck up. My thing about that one is you're just a drunk guest at a hotel. You don't need to get involved.
Right. You could have. And he's walking away after the incident. Why couldn't you have just gone off about your business on foot? Did you need the van to be there or not be there? Just fuck off.
Dude, I can't tell you how little of a fuck I give about where someone's parked when I'm staying at a hotel.
Yeah, if you're not, unless it's in the way of the way of me getting to my vehicle or my vehicle leaving the premises, I don't give a shit. And if it's blocking me from leaving, I'm actually kind of patient. I'll wait a few minutes. When it starts being like, hey, this is now holding me up, then I got an issue. I'm not going to just jump to picking a fight with a guy. Plus, you shouldn't be driving if you're drunk anyway, so he would be in your favor.
How dare you, really? Phil Herslit says Mark Sanchez is greater than J.J. McCarthy. Look, after the career's over, we'll judge. I mean, Mark Sanchez did go to 2 AFC championship games. Can't take that away from him. Hey, guys, thank you very much for your support today. 145 is our number for Thursday. So you've got all the evening shows are knocked out. Wednesday's knocked out. You started with a full Thursday goal today, and you got halfway through it, and that's huge. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You didn't have to contribute a dime, and you got halfway home. I appreciate that. And maybe we finish that off tomorrow morning. We'll see. One more story real quick here while we've got 5 minutes left. This is a thing in New York that teenagers will not stop doing, no matter how many people get fucking decapitated or hurt or anything else. They still think they're the ones who are going to figure it out. This is Williamsburg, Brooklyn. This is kind of hipsterville, or at least it was. I don't know if it still is. Subway surfing. Got another 2 people.
Their condolences for the grieving families of the two teenage girls found dead at the Marcy Avenue subway station. The gruesome discovery was made about 3 o'clock this morning. Eyewitness News reporter Crystal Cranmore has the story.
We're not going to stop until we prevent all of these.
How little does he want to fucking be there?
At this point, considering he's already out, like, yeah, I don't think you really. This is like, all right, so it's the last day of school, and I got to clean up all the people who just like threw shit out of their lockers. Like, fuck all of you.
This is the lamest of lame duck periods. Like, there's an election going on. You have nothing to do with it. You're still the acting mayor. Nobody gives a fuck. They're ready to move on from you, and you still got to show up at shit like, dead kids. And you're like, oh, great. It's
Great.
Zero.
Love my life.
Yeah.
Surfers from taking place.
That was Mayor.
By the way, if you didn't want to, if you wanted to know whether or not there's a concerted effort among Democrats to fuck this guy over because he spoke out against illegal immigration, now all of a sudden this ex-girlfriend pops up out of nowhere and starts talking shit about his dick and how he is as a boyfriend.
So the lady that he was accused of supposedly. So the whole thing was a nothing burger, and it was just, convenient enough to get him out of there when he complained about immigration.
Yeah, and now she's out there talking about his cock, talking about him as a lover, talking about him as a partner, all over the media, the whole deal. I guarantee she was put up to it. I mean, they are just going to... I'm sure Eric Adams probably thought once he dropped out, he's like, oh, thank God, they'll just stop. Because they tried to throw him in jail. Now. Yeah. And they're like, nah, let's just bury this fucker all the way. Thanks.
Adams today vowing to stop the dangerous trend after officials say transit workers discovered 2 dead teenagers on top of a subway car, victims of apparent subway surfing.
Mayor Adams, how are you going to solve this? Not my fucking problem anymore.
Absolutely horrible. Yesterday on the train, I heard an announcement saying, this is a problem, it's unsafe.
It happened at the...
Don't stand on top of the subway train.
Who really needed that warning? I'm asking.
Anybody who needs it ain't listening.
Marcy Avenue stop around 3 o'clock this morning. A skateboard and a purse appeared to be among the belongings of the girls, one of whom just 13 years old.
You were skateboarding on top of the subway train. Fucking hell.
It looked so cool in Tony Hawk.
There's nothing I can do to help you.
The investigation disrupted J-Train service for hours as
Not the
authorities
J-Train.
interviewed potential eyewitnesses.
Yes, I know people who do this. One of my friends, his closest friend died.
For 12-year-old Chloe, this hits close to home.
And I know another friend, and I tell her to stop all the time, but she doesn't stop.
But Chloe says she won't stop trying to protect her classmates.
They can fall on the tracks anytime, and it's really dangerous. It just hurts me. It just hurts.
It is. I cannot think of a more avoidable problem.
Yeah. No, this is Darwinism at its finest. These people are opting out because they're going into a dangerous situation that nobody asked them to do, that does not need to be gone into. Nothing's being accomplished by this. And at the end of the day, your win is to do it and survive and have the story. And that's it.
And there's no trick. There's no trick to it at all.
No, it's just, are you quick enough to react and get on and off before? Because certain parts of that aren't meant for people to be in.
But
the tunnels. We watched Wanted when was it James McAvoy or whatever, and Angelina Jolie danced on the subway train roof while they assassinated a guy. So it's that easy, right?
Inner city black New Yorkers, teenagers, big James McAvoy fans.
Probably not.
They'll love Split.
Subway surf, risking their lives for nothing.
The city is
Jesus Christ.
to crack down on the dangerous using drones. Police deploy the technology and field response teams to subway lines with the highest rates of subway surfing complaints. Authorities say at least 52 rescues have been made this year.
It's horrific. I don't know whether they're seeing it on movies. I don't know where it's coming from. It sounds like an adrenaline junkie.
According to the NYPD, there were
Jesus.
3 subway surfing deaths between January 1st and September 28th of this year. That's compared to 4 this time last year.
Hey, we're down by 1.
We're down by 1. And that's not a lot of deaths, especially for a city like New York, but hundreds of people getting arrested every year because they're
for doing it. Yeah. They'll use the reason that these people do this as how their justification to bring in the drones and shit. So we got that to look forward to.
I can't, and I know they're teenagers or whatever. I can't think of a death where I could feel less sorry for the person.
I wondered, like, what were you going to cure cancer if you didn't bite it riding a subway train? I just on the top there. Although I suppose, how do you want to die on the subway? Do you want to get stabbed inside the car, or do you want to
that's a
hit
good
concrete
point.
Embankment outside it?
Maybe all those people are riding on top of the subway because they figure it's safer than riding inside of it.
There's less stabbings.
Yeah. Crowder Wears Panties with $2 says, did you already cover the new Zach Bryan song, Crying About Ice? We're going to do that tonight on the evening show. Johnny, I am out of here. You are out of here. Johnny is back at 1 o'clock where he's
probably
going
to be late, but yeah.
Where he's going to kick his cat in the fucking liver on Just Kidding LLC on YouTube, Rumble, and Twitch. Be sure to check it out. 1 p.m. At Central Time, but he might be a little late today. I will be back at 6 o'clock for the evening show. We hope you come back for that one. Thank you guys very much for a wonderful turnout and an amazing show. Hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow on your way out, and we will talk to you again later this evening.